Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Northborough Select Board meeting of July 6, 2023. I will call us to order at 5:01 p.m. in person at Northborough Town Hall. Here for obviously a very, very special occasion. Probably the biggest, most important job a select board can do is choose its town administrator, and that's what we're hoping to do tonight. First on our agenda, I'll note we are being recorded, and I will note that for anybody in the audience, if you want to watch us online after you go home and get bored of the meeting or anything like that, you can go to the cable department website or page on the town website, or I suspect it's on YouTube if you search for Northborough Cable. I'm getting a nod from our recording person, so yes, good. First on our agenda tonight is to first deal with a related item, which is our town charter says that we can appoint an interim town administrator for a period of up to 3 months and then renew that for up to a second period of 3 months. Bob Reed, who of course has been working for us for a few days shy of 3 months, I think everyone agrees is doing a reasonable job, and certainly we will need him for at least a little bit more time. So he has requested that we consider, under the charter, extending the duration of his stay for up to the second period of 3 months per the charter. And I have a motion to that effect. And just to clarify for us here and those at home, we're not amending his contract. His contract simply goes until we don't need him anymore by hiring somebody. So the moment that somebody starts as town administrator, not when we vote on it, but their first day of employment, his contract automatically ends. What we're doing here is the town charter, Article 4, Section 4-1 says what I said earlier, and if anyone's curious, I have the language here, but I think it was probably in the packet and everything else. Any questions about the process?
Nope.
If not, I'll entertain a motion, which has not been emailed out, but I will hand it to somebody.
Mr. Chair, I move the board vote to authorize the current interim town administrator's appointment for a second 3-month period as specified in Article 4, Section 4-1 of the town charter.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Kristen, seconded by Julianne. We don't even have to do a roll call vote on this because we're in person. All those in favor say
Aye.
aye. All right, excellent. That being done, so our first interview begins at 5:20 p.m., which is 15 minutes from now. That gives us a few minutes to talk about the process a bit. For those who don't know, I see Buzz in the back of the room here. Buzz is one of our 2 search consultants, headhunters, whatever you might want to call yourselves, who has guided us through the process. And Bob Mercier is also here. Do we know if our first candidate has arrived?
Just waiting for her downstairs.
Okay, great. And so, due to the open meeting law, we have not discussed the questions that we're going to ask. So I think it would be a good idea we can talk about those now if you wish. I'll describe the process, how I think it will go, and Buzz, correct me if I'm wrong, that you or Bob will bring the candidate in, introduce them to us, we'll introduce ourselves to them, and they'll sit down, and then I will ask them to basically introduce themselves, tell us something that might not be apparent from the application materials that they submitted. And then they can also fill us in on anything else that they feel that we should know. So if there's something from their past that they think we might have come across that might be questionable, or they want to clarify up front and on their terms, that's a good time for them to do that. And it's not unusual. People who have served in towns, sometimes controversies go around them, whether they had anything to do with it or not. So things are in the paper, but it's a good time for them to be upfront with that, if that exists for anybody. And then we'll just, I think, go down in order in a loop of asking questions. So the first question, Kristen, I'll give it to you.
Okay.
And then we'll go to Laura, and then Julianne, and then Lisa, and we'll loop around. We'll take the full hour. I will guess we'll each have the opportunity for 3 or 4 questions. And then as time winds down, I will close out the question process, and I will turn it over to the candidate and say, that concludes our questions. Do you have any questions for us? And thank them for coming in and allow them to give a closing statement or anything else they want. My hope is we keep it pretty casual and friendly. I will say from meeting all of these candidates through the screening committee process, they're really good people. They're friendly people. I think they'll enjoy being here. And that's about it. So we won't discuss the candidates between each. We just simply prepare for the next one. And then after all 3 interviews are concluded, then we will start to talk about the process and start to talk about how we, try to go ahead and select somebody. There's a motion that Bob and Buzz have prepared that was in our packet. I think everybody's seen that. And that's a conditional offer of employment. And what that means for folks in the audience and at home and the board, although you've already read it, is that kicks off 2 parallel tracks. It doesn't guarantee that that person is our administrator. It doesn't set a start date. What it says is, 1, that we want to start to negotiate a contract, and Bob Reed has volunteered to help us with that process. And separate from that, but simultaneous, Bob Mercier and Buzz from MRI will do a very detailed background check. So a credit report, Corey, all those sorts of things that they do in detail to make sure there isn't anything that we should know about. And if there is something that they find, they will let us know, and then we will discuss it and make decisions accordingly. And if everything goes well, then we execute a contract, hopefully within a couple of weeks. And a question I get from a lot of people is, when do they start? When do they start? And we don't know, because it, to a great extent, depends on how much notice they need to give any current employer, and that's going to vary by the candidate. We'll figure that in. Any questions on the process?
You may have said this and I missed it,
Sure.
but they're staggered, so do we have a 10-minute break
Yes.
between?
Yep. Yes.
Kind of
Yeah, sorry.
Stretch and
Yeah, exactly, and that's
take a
to...
deep breath, get a drink of water, or whatever.
Exactly.
Okay.
Whatever you need to do, have some water, have a snack, go for a walk. As long as you're back here by when things start up again. It also provides some flexibility so that the gavel doesn't go down right at the hour mark. If we're in the middle of a good discussion with one of the candidates and it goes to hour 5, that's okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have a question. Do we have any input into the contract?
Yes, absolutely. The contract is with the board. So my suggestion would be to email any ideas about the contract to Bob Reed, and say, you could refer to the last contract we had with our last administrator or not. Doesn't really matter. Just, if there's a particular language that you think would be a good idea, suggest that. He has a lot of experience negotiating these contracts. He'll be able to respond to you and say, yeah, I think they'll agree to this, or there's no way, and some of them, he'll have the discussion with the selected candidate.
Okay.
And try to get things sorted out. But it's not done until it will come back to us for a board vote. Anything I've left out?
No, I think you should understand that there's a motion that I gave you. It's a tentative offer of employment, and it's conditioned on 2 things. 1, successful negotiation of a contract, right? Which is a very public document, and you folks have a lot of input in that. So that's number 1. The second thing is an acceptable background investigation. MRI, we have folks that do that and do nothing but that, and that will come back to you. It'll take about 2 weeks, it may be 2.5 weeks, having in mind it's summertime, and our investigators would be contacting their community, their previous community, and the previous community. They'll talk to perhaps people on the Board of Selectmen or Select Board members, could talk to police chiefs, retired police chiefs in those communities, department heads. Obviously, we will ask the candidate for their list of references. And for those of you who ever checked references, that's a great place to start, but you go deeper. and our people will dig deeper. They may not contact all of their references, they'll probably contact the second or third tier down. What are the references going to say? Of course, they're going to say they're wonderful people and that they can. So we're looking for, sort of the story behind the story on them, on everything about them, and so you'll get the good, the bad, and the ugly. And we've had candidates that have had issues in the past, and you'll find out about it. It could be a failed business that perhaps they were involved in previously, or you'll find out quite a bit about them, and it's confidential, just for you five only, and the candidate. It's not a public document. Your eyes only, the candidate's eyes, and then after you review it, goes into their personnel file forever and ever and ever. It's
Mitch?
Yes.
Unfortunately, it's that time of the year.
Yeah,
This is Courtney.
okay,
She says she's hit some traffic she didn't expect.
okay,
Estimated ETA between 5:20 and 5:25.
okay.
So
Good to know.
maybe
That-
5 minutes.
Also a reason that we add a little buffer between the candidates. I think that's all right. Does anyone want to do a song and dance or anything like
I
that?
have another question.
Yes, of course.
So, in this process, we do not have to ask the same question of every candidate.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah, I think we can ask questions that we feel are appropriate to each candidate, whatever they are. Obviously, there are some things that are not appropriate, about their family life or their health or things like that. Can't ask those questions. But if there's something that you saw in their resume or their essays, or something you found about them online or anything else, those are all fair game. However you think they would, those topics would apply to them being the town administrator here in Northborough.
Should we go over what questions we were all going
Sure.
to ask, so we know if we have any
Sure,
really specific overlap?
sure. Do you want to go first?
Okay, sure. So I have a unsurprisingly traffic question relating to trucks, right? And if you have that in any of the communities where you live or where you work, and how has it been addressed there? And then I have a library question. I'll just leave it at that. If you all have a library question, I'll be more specific, but I'm guessing you don't. And then I have three other ones that are probably more likely to be similar. So one of them is just, why did you leave your last position, or why are you willing to leave your current position? And I might finagle that a little bit depending on the person, but you guys might all have that too. I have a human resources question. If the assistant town administrator is the HR person, but the assistant town administrator reports to the town administrator, how should HR complaints or issues regarding the town administrator be handled? And then I have a budget question. Like, I just used the example of we want a new fire station, and Chief Liver would like a couple more police officers, and then we have all these other things on our list. So how do you make all that happen in the town budget? So those are mine. What are you guys?
Okay. Sure.
Great. So I've got similar, what appeals to you about Northborough, why you'd like to come here. A question about challenges that we're facing locally, challenges that other municipalities in the state are facing. A question on communication. My favorite, a difficult situation where you had to make a difficult decision. What is something you're most proud of? And what was a problem that you confronted that required a creative solution?
So it's mine, my initial questions are kind of specific to Courtney, because she referred to COVID and global problems in her resume. So one thing I was going to ask her is about the changes that we've seen in business and work and everything with COVID, and what are some of the things that are for the better, and also how do we move forward, especially in light of our implementation plan. I'd like to ask, how would a candidate get the businesses into our downtown with the best potential for success to come here? I was going to ask a question about White Cliffs, unsurprisingly. And just, basically, that's a general question about how they will help us bring all of these big and great ideas together, and so that we all can get behind something. And then I was going to ask, the town administrator is in a unique position. They report to the board, they report to the public, they work with the staff, and that's like, how does that person see communication circling around that role? Because that person is kind of the nexus of where information comes in. And how they feel about sharing regional resources. And I do have so I'm going to kind of play it by ear with the candidates, but I'd like to know from the candidates, as they were preparing for this, what are some characteristics about Northborough that stood out to them as being unique to our town? That's it.
That's pretty good. Can I go now? Such a good job. I'm probably gonna come off after seeing the different answers from some of your questions. I would ask how would you resolve the complex issues that we will be coming under, since there's new everything, new staff, new board, obviously new administrator, and probably the way we're going to start looking at how we want to do things in town. So I think that's pretty important, because it's not going to be the status quo. It's not going to be a usual, okay, I can just fill the shoes. I'm going to ask the elephant in the room, what is your opinion on high-density housing? Because we certainly have a big divide over who thinks what about that and how that's going to affect our town. Since they are pretty much the hub of communication in between the select board, the staff, and the residents, how are you going to handle bringing all this together to keep that communication open, and as a customer service we talk about a lot, and making a new brightness of somebody wanting to come in and having a concern and feeling that there's a chance that they'll be able to actually get some resolution. Because I know there's an awful lot of people going, it's the same thing, nothing else. I personally am looking for somebody that's innovative. I want somebody that's going to come in and make some changes that people might be a little surprised about, but nothing will change if we don't. So that's all I'm going to tell you.
Thanks. I've got a few questions also. Sort of a people management question. I think we have great staff here in Northborough. What do you do to recognize great employees, and also how do you help a good employee become a great employee? I strongly suspect that probably all of the candidates have watched some of our meetings and maybe some of the other meetings that have taken place in recent months here. Based on that, what do you think the biggest challenges are facing the town, and what's most exciting to them? I'd like to hear something about economic development. We have a downtown which has sort of one set of needs, and the outskirts of town may have different sets of needs. Have they worked with an economic development commission? Have they worked with local chambers of commerce or other organizations? The master plan process is very important, and it makes sense for that to come up a couple of times. How do you make sure that the master plan process is followed through as opposed to going on a shelf? Do they have any experience? I'm not sure if I'll ask this question of everybody. You have any experience with businesses that aren't necessarily good neighbors? That question and concern comes up every once in a while, here and everywhere. Very interested in citizen engagement. Does this person as a town administrator have an open door policy that citizens, not us, but citizens can just come in and ask a question if they have a question, or do they insist on making appointments and things like that? And also transparency in local government. How do they see that working in a municipal setting, and how is that changing over time? a question on regionalization, such as also economic development, utilizing some efforts with nearby towns, whether it be for health issues or mental health issues, for animal control and things like that. What's their experience there? And if something isn't offered at the beginning, and I think it might need to be, explain any information, either positive or negative, that we might find online when searching for you. Those are the questions that I've prepared, and I'll sort of pick and choose, as I think we all should, with the candidate and follow up from prior questions and answers and everything else. I think we've got a really good set of questions. I think there's a really good value in us working on them independently as opposed to together, because we all have.
They're all pretty different.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I feel like we have too many questions for
Yeah.
1 hour.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
maybe prioritize your questions for each candidate. So,
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, my guess is that we'll probably have time for 3 or 4 questions for each of us, based on the screening committee interviews, which were also an hour long. It will vary, yeah, so pick, and they don't have, again, they don't have to be the same order.
Bob Reed, wasn't it? I think he just walked in.
Okay.
I thought he wasn't going to be here.
Yeah, he was here earlier and planning to go home.
Maybe he forgot something.
Or just decided to stay the night, I don't know.
It's a cool place.
Do we know if our first candidate is here yet? Excellent.
She just got here.
Okay. Do you want to give her a minute to relax, or?
She was stressed and traffic.
Yep. Oh, I can totally appreciate that. If she wants to de-stress in our beautiful hallway for a moment or two,
what I said.
she can get we've got some water in there if you want to give something to her.
Like me.
Get you ready?
We ready? All right.
Chairman and members, this is Courtney Friedland. You want to say hi?
Absolutely.
Be careful.
I'll be careful. There's a wire that goes across there. Don't trip first.
Sorry, my
Good to
hands
see
are
you
cold.
again.
I had the AC on.
Hi, Courtney. Nice to meet you.
Hi, so nice to meet you.
Hi, glad you made it here safely. Yeah, welcome. Nice to meet you.
So Courtney is currently the Assistant Town Administrator in Webster, Massachusetts, down the road a bit from you folks. She's been in that community for 13 years or so,
Yes.
13, 14
Yep.
years. She's enthusiastic, you'll hear it, and she's very glad she's a finalist. She is in no other search.
Great. Thanks, Bob. Welcome, Courtney. Thank you for dealing with the stress of traffic.
He was working all day. I was like,
Yeah, that's totally understandable. It's not a problem. Welcome to Northborough. It's good to see you again.
Thank you.
I was, of course, on the screening committee, so we had the chance to meet in that setting. Again, my name is Mitch Cohen. I chair the Northborough Select Board. I'll ask you to briefly introduce yourself, tell us something interesting about yourself that might not be in the application documents, and if there's anything that you feel that we need to know about you or should know about you that isn't apparent in there, this is a good time to tell us about that.
so my name is Courtney Friedland. I was born and raised in Holden. I went to Wachusett Regional High School. I went to Becker College and I graduated with legal studies from there. And then I got my 2 master's degrees. I was interested in local government right away. I started in the town of Southbridge as an intern, and then they took me on full-time. So I had the pleasure of working there. And then I transferred over, or I moved over to Webster, and I've been there ever since. I have 2 children, 20 years old, she's in college, double majored in criminal justice and psychology at Worcester State. And then my son is 14 years old, he's gonna be 15, he keeps reminding me, in August. And he plays baseball, so every weekend we're doing baseball weekends because he plays for the Junior Blue Sox. So I'm a very, when growing up in Holden, we had a very small town. We did a lot of festivals, and when I saw this posting, and I know this town, it's a very nice town that I related to very well. I think I said at the screening committee, I'm not in any other searches because I want to make sure that I'm going to be right for the community and the community is going to be right for me. I want to make sure that I can bring something to the community and make sure that I use the word home because that's how I feel in Webster is for the last 14 years, it's been my home. I built bonds and I was able to have a family with the personnel, residents. You know, I'm asking them how their day was. I'm asking them how their children are doing, and I see their children grow. And I think that when I saw this job posting and to take the next step forward, the next chapter in my life, I think that this community, this town, the personnel that works here I could be that for them and they could be that for me.
Thank you very much. We're going to go, similar to the screening committee process, we're going to go in a little bit of a loop until we run out of time. Kristen?
Well, nice to meet you, Courtney. Yeah, I'm Kristen, and I used to live in Holden. Not for a super long time, but I lived there for about 4 years. I lived in Jefferson on High Street,
That's
so right
where
near
my
the high
mom
school.
lives in the complexes now in Jefferson, where the golf course, the
I
yellow.
haven't been there in a long time, so they probably weren't there when I was there. My kids were little then, and
Is the little small
Yeah.
community and
Yeah.
so yeah.
yeah, and it was right near the high school.
Yeah.
So I know what you mean about Holden being a lovely little town, and I can say that I feel like Northborough isn't that different, except it's a little easier to get to places east
Yeah.
from here.
Yeah.
So it's a little more centrally located. And part of the reason that it's centrally located makes it interesting to warehouses. So I live on the corner of Bartlett Street and another street, and Bartlett Street is where we have our Amazon warehouse and one of our FedEx warehouses. So my question is, how have you helped your town deal with traffic and road safety issues and problems due to increased traffic in that area, if you have? And have you had to deal with an increase in semi-trucks or 18-wheelers in your community, and how would you help us address that here? Because it's a big issue.
Yeah, so I read it in your planning board, FedEx is moving forward with their hopefully expansion they're looking for. Webster is kind of similar in which you have these big facilities. We have Goya up on Cudworth Road, and then we also have Jeffco, which a lot of the trucks GPS makes them go through residential neighborhoods. You guys have a Jake break that you just passed. We also did the same thing, trying to protect its residents and the small community aspect of the living that people come to enjoy. So it is a balance. I mentioned before, we do have an economic development committee in Webster that we formed, and it has places at the seats for business owners and residents, and it helps just like push off ideas off of people. And I think that there's a fine balance between making sure that your business base stays strong, but you make sure that your residents want to continue living in town, and so it's a good balance you need to provide them. Access pedestrian, I know you guys just did also a study on your curbs and your sidewalks and pedestrian access, and making sure that you want, that's a big thing here, is that the traffic and the safety of your residents. I know that someone just posted today, they tried crossing the road on Facebook and that they were almost hit. So there is a big need to look at those things and making sure that these big facilities are active partners in the town, and making sure that their trucks are being vigilant, their truck drivers, they're putting memos out to their drivers to make sure that, hey, this is maybe not a good time to drive through town. It's making sure that you have those contacts with those big businesses in town and making sure you have a good partnership with them.
Great, yeah, thanks.
Thank you. I'm Laura. It's nice to meet you. Thank you for coming. I really enjoyed your responses to the questions. It was a nice opportunity to get to know you on paper. It's nice to see you in real life.
Yes, it's nice to watch the videos and meet you guys in person, because watching the Selectmen's videos and you think I know you.
It's nice to be in person, though. I
Yes.
agree. So my question is a little bit different. Can you tell me about something that you're most proud of in your role at Webster?
So what I'm proud of the most is kind of being the constant pillar for for the employees and the residents. We've had a lot of turnover in the town administrator position, and I think that when the employees and the residents come to the town hall, they see a familiar face, and it means a lot. It means a lot for people to be able to come in and know that there's an open door for someone to talk to, and it's an ear to listen to. Employees, like I said, we're family, so when something's going on, you know, we can deal with it. And my biggest accomplishment is making sure that, you know, the residents feel secure and the employees feel secure. When we had our interim town administrator and we had our first department head, I said, these are the best employees. These employees are the biggest asset here in town, and we're family. They do an amazing job, and I can't stress that enough. And talking to some of your employees, besides the ones that you stole from Webster, they're fantastic employees. Scott, came from Webster. Your senior center director, Kendra, she was in Webster. You have fantastic employees. So they're amazing.
Thank you.
So, Courtney, nice to see you. You wrote something interesting in your resume and your answers to the question, and it was the town administrator needs to be financially conservative throughout the next couple of years to get through the downfall of the COVID-19 pandemic. And I think consciously or unconsciously, we're all aware that there's a lot of changes that occurred as a result of the pandemic. Some good, some that we hope we get back to our previous norm. But so if you could get a little more specific with that, like what are some things that concern you or are changes that have been for the better as we move forward with especially in terms of our implementation plan?
So I think the best thing that happened is some of these towns, we saw extra money for infrastructure. We got, ARPA money, CARES money, and that was fantastic. We actually, Webster, we put it in for water, sewer, and a lot of projects, a lot of road work we got done. But that money's not going to always be there. That's why I'm saying to get over this hurdle, this is not the cash windfall that we're going to expect every single year. We got to be strategic. We got to make sure that we're going out for grants. We're looking at different alternatives of funding. Still, even though we have $1.5 million of surplus in free cash, we can go out and we can get those grants still. We can get a safer grant for the fire department. We can look for funding alternatives. We also found out with COVID that we also need a different way of thinking in that we need to, when the town hall shut down, we had to think of alternatives. How are we going to reach the public? What forms of communication there are? Now that we're meeting virtually, are we still getting that contact with the public that we need? So I think that besides financially, we also got to change our mind frame and be adaptable to different approaches with the community. How are we going to get connected to them? How are we going to hear their voices? That also, needs to change. I know we worked a lot on our website. We put a lot more content on our website because people couldn't come to the town hall and get that information. So how are we going to reach out to the community more? I know you guys had a Be Well. I just heard raving things about the Board of Health agent here, and she has done amazing things. And I think a lot of mental health in towns, employees, it's very important. So I think the mind, having gone through COVID and still coming out of it, there's a lot of things that we need to look at, not just financially, but the way that we communicate and the mental health of our residents and our employees.
Thank you.
Well, hello there. Nice to meet you, Lisa.
Nice to meet you.
There's a lot of questions right now about high-density housing and the need for high-density housing in each town. Certainly, they're trying to move it out into the smaller suburbs. What is your opinion on how that will work, and if it does work? And would you consider, or do you consider as well, how the residents want to react to that, as opposed to just how the trends are coming in by the state and such?
Your master plan kind of laid it out and said that you guys would, benefit from more housing here in town. I know you guys were just presented for Metro West a proposal for the White Cliff. And I know that you guys have said, let's get a facilitator, let's see how much this is going to cost to restore it. And I think that it's a smart idea because at this time, really seniors are struggling financially. And I know that when you guys had questions and you guys asked them back, you said a lot of it had to do with how is this going to impact our school system with the children, and is this going to be geared towards seniors? And I think that looking at senior housing is really a priority right now. And that project right there, that'd be perfect for a senior housing 55 and older. In Webster, we just went through that. So our town hall is connected to our old school, an old Bartlett High School, and we renovated that to a 55 and older. And we were able to get state grants and declare it historical. So I think that there's ways to look at, what we can do in the community to raise the housing for the much needed population, which I believe is the senior housing. Having it pushed on the town, you need to push back a little bit, especially when it's going to impact your services here in town, the school system. People need to understand that bringing housing into town affects all aspects. What is it going to, how is that going to affect the Board of Health and the building? It's going to put more stress. So you need to have someone that's able to push back and say, hey, we're not going to have this kind of housing. Let's look at this affordable housing.
Thanks. You've obviously watched some of our recent meetings. What, from your perspective, from what you've seen in meetings and read online or anything else, what do you think the biggest challenges are that are facing Northborough right now, and what's most exciting to you?
It's very exciting, all the projects you have going on. You have a fire station that you're looking forward to. We just passed a Bartlett High School renovation project. It failed the first time. And then we had to get the community on board, make sure that we put out all the information, we were open, we were transparent, and that actually passed the second time. So looking at the projects that you guys have going on is great, because you have this small town appeal in the Apple Fest in Tugas Farm that I go to all the time, and the botanical gardens. You guys have so much that bring in these families that you also have these projects going on that make it a nice town that is viable. So those things get me excited. Just looking at there's construction projects. So you guys need more feedback of what you guys want to go and what direction you want to go from the public, it sounds like, for the White Cliff. So getting feedback on that, making sure you get, I think you were up against the gun with the town meeting vote, and you guys really didn't get a lot of feedback. It was, hey, you either purchase this or you lose the opportunity to, and you didn't really get that feedback. And I think that really needs to be done by the public. What does the public want to do when they're given the facts of how much it's going to cost, and what it's going to cost to bring it up to code, and what it's going to cost to develop it, compared to if there is a way that there can partnership with someone else. So I think those things are, things that are exciting that you're looking at, and might be challenging.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay, so I agree. We have amazing staff in Northborough. Having gotten to know a lot of them, I'm really impressed with them. One of them is the library director, and as it is a librarian's job to protect the freedom of everyone to read in this climate of book banning, how would you advocate for your library director and her staff to defend intellectual freedom and inclusivity in the face of challenges to books and or event programming that they're putting on at the library?
I'm not sure if you guys have been following the news, but our partner, our sister brother community, Dudley, just is making huge cuts, and they actually just put out that they're cutting their library. budget to zero, and they are going to decertify. And I think that's just a injustice for your public, for the children in that public, because it just doesn't allow them to go to the library in their town at libraries in the whole network. You guys have, and I had the privilege of being on the screening committee, had a member of the diversity inclusion committee, and making that a permanent committee, working with the library director, making sure that you're giving all these options. When there was all these protests going on, Webster police embraced it. We allowed them to have a peaceful protest in front of the town hall. Making sure that every voice is heard, the library, making sure that, she's given the funds to make sure that she has the books necessary, and that the funding just doesn't come from the state, it also comes from the town side too, and making sure that, she's getting all the materials. It's not just books, the computer access, and all the documentation, whether it's CDs or video games or, all the material that she needs, the programming that she can put on too, and I love that the senior center is also involved in that too, and they do a lot of diversity and a lot of education on that too, but definitely the library is one of the most important things in the town.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. So one of the comments that I love that you've made is about the different groups, the residents, the staff,
Yeah.
the boards. What are some of the tools that you'd use in a communication strategy to really help keep everybody, just your communication strategy?
So I love face-to-face. I'm an open door policy. Anyone can come in and they can see me, they can call me. I have my phone all the time on the weekends, and they don't mind calling, and I don't mind that they call because that's what I'm there for. In Webster, like I said, anyone and everyone comes in and they say hi, and we know each other, and that's exactly what I want to do here. But there's so many levels of different communication. Like I said, I love face-to-face. I love going out there in the public. You can go to different events. You can go to the local coffee shop. You can go to, have lunch somewhere, and it's being diverse within the community. You guys have Code Red. We have Code Red also. That's a great thing. Before town meeting, send out a Code Red alert, making sure that everybody's aware that we're having these votes, we're having these meetings. There's all different avenues that you can get to communicate to people, whether it's email. I know that people can sign up for text messages now through the Code Red system, so there's different ways that we can reach out to people. Facebook, anyone can log in and see what's going on. So there's all different ways of communication.
I think it'll be helpful as well with getting more engagement from residents and getting more people involved. So.
Yes, yeah. And you guys have a good, a resident population that are involved in these different committees, yeah.
Thank you.
So I'm going to go back again to your statement.
Yes.
You make the statement, a true leader needs to be adaptable to whatever is going on locally and globally. And I'm curious about what you were thinking when you used the word globally, and maybe do that in terms of shared resources in, regional planning committees and things like that.
So we work closely with CMRPC, the Regional Planning Committee, and so that's the green communities. You're thinking bigger. What ways we make sure that in Webster that we're fuel efficient, that we're buying electric vehicles, or we're looking into electric vehicles that can be fuel efficient. We're getting the grant funding for different initiatives. Our health director, she has gotten compost facility bins to give to residents. So globally, when we're looking at pollution and what we can do to help. What can we do here in this community to help with that? What can we do to keep our dams clean? What can we do to keep our rivers clean? What can we do, to stop the pollution? We have a big PFAS issue in town. And so we just passed at our last town meeting a $33 million PFAS facility. It's everywhere. So I think that you need to look outside of what's just happening locally to actually expect what's coming down the pipeline maybe in a couple years. So rainwater. they have a tax for rainwater, or they want to tax rainwater, and it's something that you need to always think about. So those are the things that you're working with green communities, or you're working with CMRPC to see what funding they have out there, so that they can either do a study or they can look into this, give you the information, so that you can work with them to see what grant funding or what steps you can take to stop that.
I love your comment about using code red.
Yeah.
I actually get several from North Brookfield. It's wrong town, but I love it. I'm like, why don't we do that sort of thing? It's like, this is happening in town.
Starts with
Great,
an N.
wrong town.
Yeah.
But I think we've tried to get the residents to learn more about what is going on, to then get them even more involved, and even trying to get the articles out earlier than, the night of town meeting, so people can understand what they're voting on.
Correct.
We have a lot of people who come forward and say, well, we don't know about any of this stuff. Then you come and you have a little presentation and expect us to vote. We really don't know what we're voting on. So I think that that's something we have to work on.
And another thing too is Webster has clickers. So everybody was like, oh, we don't feel okay raising up a piece of paper. We invested in, I think it was 250 clickers. So everybody gets a clicker now, and if we expect that it's going to be a big vote for something more important, we get more clickers from a neighboring community, and press 1 for yes, press 2 for no, and I think it makes people feel better on how they vote, although I don't think it changes the vote, but I think they feel better knowing that, hey, I'm not being watched to what I'm voting on. So that was a big thing for our town to, have. So that might be something to look at.
Well, we're glad to hear that.
Yes.
We have been talking a little bit about that, and that is exceptionally exciting.
Yes.
Okay, I'll give him my question.
Thanks. We've talked about some of the great employees that Northborough has, and we do. I want to ask about sort of recognition of those employees. What do you do to recognize and celebrate the great employees? And related to that, how do you help good employees become great employees?
So we were always taught during my master's degree that it's always best to feed forward. So you can give an employee feedback and do employee reviews, but that it's helping them after the fact. But you can get better. But feed forward is a practice in which you're constantly recognizing what they're doing good, what they can improve on. And so when you feed forward, it kind of helps them develop in a way that makes them want to learn and grow more. Me being the HR director in town also, training is number one. We always encourage training for our employees, make sure that you're always something to learn. There's more to learn. There's stuff that's changing. You have to adapt to the changing times. So training is always offered to us and the employees. To make employees better, you just, like I said, you give them continually feedback and making sure that they're understanding that, when you have a great set of employees, they know what they're doing. They don't need to be micromanaged. They just need to, sometimes if they want an answer or be directed, you can direct them, but not to micromanage them, because they know what they're doing. You have a health director that has a PhD. And she's not, she knows what she's doing. So not to micromanage her, but if she needs any support, any assistance, anything, she can come to me and I will help her with that. But with employees, like I said, I think that when you're a family and you work together as a team, you get stronger.
Thank you.
Okay. So, speaking of, you're the HR person in Webster. I wrote this question because just seems like such a conundrum to me. So, if the assistant town administrator is also the HR person, but the assistant town administrator reports to the town administrator, how should HR complaints or issues regarding the town administrator be handled?
Regarding the town administrator.
Yeah.
Ooh, that is a good one. So the town administrator is under the Board of Selectmen. So if there is any issues, I know that the we meet weekly we just met today with the chair and the vice chair. We meet weekly with them, and we send out memos weekly, giving them weekly updates. So we are in constant communication with them. Communication is key, making sure that everybody's aware. You don't want to be walking in the supermarket or a store and have someone else complain or tell you something that's going on in your own town. You are the selectmen. You are what people come to. So if there was an issue with the town administrator, I would assume that the HR director would come to the Board of Selectmen and they would address it with the town administrator. But the town administrator, in like my position, I have the authority to deal with any of the relations or any of the problems that occur in Webster. So the trickle-down effect is anybody below the town administrator I would have. But the Board of Selectmen, if there was an issue.
So you would go to the board?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. I know you talked earlier about the impact of the rising tax rates. I loved your comment in the essay question about the Economic Development Committee. Yeah. Can you talk to us a little bit about how that's possibly helped offset some of the tax burden on the community of Webster?
So the Economic Development Committee actually works with the businesses and the residents, and they kind of develop. We actually devoted some of the CARES money to helping some of the storefronts. So that has helped because people want to come down to our main street. We've helped with a rent. We've helped with the facade program, new signage. If they've done improvements to the building, we've helped with that. So I think that the Economic Development Committee was able to get more businesses to be interested in town. And that helps our Main Street area. We designated our downtown area to our slum and blight area. It sounds horrible, but we were able to get extra funding for that area. We also got 5 additional liquor licenses dedicated to the downtown area so that we could, everybody says, go to Putnam, Connecticut, because their downtown is gorgeous and you can walk down there and you can eat dinner. And so they want Webster to be like that. So we got 5 additional liquor licenses for the downtown area only so that we could open up some restaurants so that we could invite people in. And I think that that helps businesses feel that, hey, the town's working to help us out, so we're going to start our business here. And we also, which is, I'm not sure if you ever had the opportunity, but we had some nice murals, old school murals painted on buildings, and we actually just paid from the ARPA funds to have one of our Coke signs redone. And it looks gorgeous. And I think that just knowing that businesses see that the town's invested in them, they'll come. They want to come. They want to be here in town.
Thank you.
So this is a little different angle here. How do you envision technology advances in 5 to 10 years, and how would they impact municipal government?
Scary, because I tell you, we had a meeting today in which our IT director said, listen, we can't get insurance on the town because we don't have 2-factor authentication. So he's actually looking into these doggles that he now has. So I think that technology is advancing. And with that, we also need to look at IT security here. So Munis right now for us is actually not in the cloud, so we're on a very later version. So we actually have an upgrade coming up in the late August to go up 2 versions of Munis because we're so far behind. But I think that technology is going to advance. That's why we're looking at, when you're looking at communications, you're looking at different ways to communicate to people because they're always on their phones. They're getting rid of their landline phones. So we're looking at that aspect of it, but we're also looking at security aspect of it, making sure our content is secure. People are coming to your website and they're putting bots on your website, trying to hack your website. So making sure that your website is secure, the content that we're putting on is secure. So those are 2 aspects of, IT that we're looking at. The advancement of IT and making sure that we have the equipment necessary, that we're making progress and staying up to date on our, our equipment here in the town hall, making sure that computers are available for residents that come in, that they want to pull a permit, they can go on the computer. But we also got to look at the the security aspect of it too, and making sure that we're, being secure with our IT and making sure our systems are not being hacked.
Okay, so this is probably a little bit easier question for you. Knowing that this is a new chapter for you and probably for all of us, how do you feel about relocating to be closer to us? Or have you thought that already? And
So I am actually 17 minutes away.
oh, wow.
So I live in Auburn. So it is right down the road. My son's actually played, he's a freshman JV. He's played you guys throughout the season.
Who would you root for? You don't need to answer that.
I think Auburn was undefeated, but yeah, no, it was great. It's a great ride, and it's great to go through the town. I would be out driving around during the day, during the weekends anyways, around town here. Like I said, my son does baseball. He's around and he goes to all these different baseball fields. But having the commute from Auburn to here, it's 17 minutes. It's very, very close. I know you guys we had a residency requirement in Webster too. And so John McAuliffe, when I first came, he bought a house in Auburn. Our second town administrator, Doug Willardson, they gave him a 15-mile radius. So he lived in Grafton. So his commute was fairly the same amount. It was fairly easy to come to if there was an emergency or any kind. It was, 15, 20-minute drive. And then Richard LaFond, who we have now, is actually an hour and a half away. So, but he's always, I cannot say, he is always there. When you're dedicated to a town and that's your second home, you're there all the time. So you don't have to worry about the times that they're putting in. They're going to be there all the time, and that's what I plan on doing here.
Question about citizen engagement. For members of the public who want to come in and talk to you, whether it be to ask a question or pitch an idea, do you see yourself more of having an open door policy to the public, or do you want people to make appointments to talk to you? And then also related to citizens, tell us a little bit about your thoughts on transparency in local government.
So I have an open door. Anyone can come in, anyone can call, unless I'm in a meeting and I give them a call right back. I think it's important. I think everybody needs to be heard. If it needs to go to another department and we need to find out some more information, then we can do that. But that's what residents want. That's what they're looking for. That they want to make sure that they're being heard. So the engagement part of people coming in, people calling, that is encouraged with me. They come in all the time in Webster, and I'm always there, and I'm there to answer questions, and if I don't have the answer, I'll get them the answer, and I'll get back to them within a couple of days with that answer, because they don't want to be waiting around, and they shouldn't have to. The second part-
Transparency.
Transparency,
In local government.
most important thing. I think that it just cuts down on all of the stuff that you see on Facebook. We've had a time in which we had a town administrator that was, give them the bare minimum. Right before town meeting, let's give them the warrant. No, we have a guide that we publish at least 2 weeks before, and we make sure they have the warrant, they have the motion, they have background. So we want to make sure that they have all the information before time to make a conscious decision of what they're voting on at town meeting. Same thing with the website, making sure that all your content is up to date on your website, making sure that you're transparent about it. It's public. If someone comes in and requests it, and it's on paper, it's public anyway. So why not just put it online, and it saves, all the stress of having someone have to request it or someone go online and say, hey, this is suspicious. So I think that with Doug Willardson, we learned that let's put everything online. And if you go and look at our town planner page and our zoning, we have everything that you could imagine on there for every single property that is on their agenda, because it is just something that I find important and that the public finds important, because they want to go there, they want to find what they're looking for, and they want to know the information. And they have access to it. It's public information, so why not just put it out there? So I agree, open and transparent government is key.
Thank you.
So that made me think of another question. So I'm going to abandon my other planned questions because you pretty much already covered them anyway. And just say, so we have maybe 100 to 150 people. If we have a really big ticket item, we'll have 200 people show up at town meeting. But mostly we don't have as many people as we think should show up at town meeting. And so we all pressure our own friends and family to come, but like my kids all have to come. They're all over, two out of three of them are over 18. They have to be there, come hell or high water. But how do you get other people to come to town meeting? Do you have any thoughts on that?
So that's a struggle for Webster too. We actually have a requirement of 67. And it's a struggle to get that. We're calling police officers to come in to make that quorum sometimes. It is bad. So we started ramping up. We started with signboards, making sure we have spots for the signboards in 2 spots in town that is highly traveled. We make sure that there's public lawn signs. That was actually passed at town meeting, that we have to put lawn signs out before a town meeting. We do the code red. We make sure that the warrant, the budget, any information that goes with the warrant is published on our website. We make sure we try to get that out as much as possible. It doesn't change each year. It's the same day, so you wonder why you don't get the amount of attendance that you would assume that people want to be involved. So it's trying to get people engaged, trying to make sure that they know what's going on, and it's just the outreach, whether it's the senior center, the library, making sure you're out there, you're making sure people coming to town meeting, because it is important. Maybe they feel more comfortable if there are clickers, because then they wouldn't feel that way of, oh, if I go to town meeting and if I would vote a certain way, someone's going to look over and see how I'm voting. So I like I said, clickers, we tried daycare. We offered daycare at the high school for the high school students who would do daycare, because a lot of parents were saying, oh, I can't make this time because, and we also looked at the times. So we looked at 6 o'clock and 7 o'clock, seeing at those times. So looking at what fits best for the residents and trying to work around them, seeing, what we can do. Like the daycare, if we can offer services and you can come to town meeting, we're going to provide it for you. We even thought of one time offering pizza. We're like, is there something that can get you here? So, I mean, there's everything. You can try. You could try. We can look at different aspects, because, like I said, it's a whole new world, new generation that's in. To get the newer generation, the younger generation involved, will be good. And if your kids are involved, maybe the school can help out, and see if some recent graduates will attend. So
Yes. Yeah. Exactly. Okay. Thanks.
I love the idea of more engagement at town meeting.
Yeah.
It's one of our favorite events. I liked how you mentioned the state. We work very closely with our state representatives, with Kate Donahue and with Meg Kilcoyne and with Robin Kennedy. Can you talk to us a little bit about some of the projects you've done with the state reps while you've been at Webster?
Yeah, so we actually had our state reps come in at our June selectmen's meeting, and they kind of gave us an update, because we were looking for funds, just like you guys are, for our roadways. I mean, we've been level service on our roadways for so many years that we, we're crying for, hey, the town's putting in money now, can you please, increase Chapter 90 funding? We need it. These roadways are getting hammered with the traffic and they're deteriorating. So when they were there, we're like, please. So we're in a, like you guys did, write a letter. We are writing a letter to them, but hopefully working closely with them. We actually have a big lake, also Webster Lake, and for weed treatment, the town contributes $20,000 a year. That's not even a fraction of what is taken to do the weed treatment. And so it's working very closely with them to making sure that they're being the cheerleaders for you, and making sure that they're sticking up for the town, and making sure that they're going after funding and filing bills on your behalf. And hopefully, for the fire station, they can find funding somewhere that, in making sure that the partnership is there to where they feel that they can come to you and you can go to them and say, hey, listen, we really need this. We are very fortunate in our community to have our rep Joe McKenna and Ryan Fatman. And I mean, they're there at the legislative breakfast. They're there, like I said, at a selectmen's meeting, and they're giving updates on what, this is what this bill is. We're looking at, our charter communications contract is up, and our we usually get a percentage from the users, but the users are going down. So now we're looking at, is there a bill filed, or can you file a bill that maybe we can tack on for the internet users? Because people are now using, it's a different world, things are changing, so we were looking at that too. So you gotta have a working partnership with them, so I would work very closely with them, see what they could do.
And can you just clarify, I think you mentioned, did you say slum and burn downtown?
Slum and blight.
Slum and
It's awful,
blight?
right? The name is.
Terrible word. And that's a terminology that you had to use to
Yes,
qualify?
The slum and blight, yes.
Oh, gosh. Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, no, not.
Thank you.
Okay. So what are the most important qualities you look for when hiring a town employee?
Dedication. I look for dedication. I look for making sure they're enthusiastic, because I want that in the town, to make sure that they're gonna, be enthusiastic about the town, make sure they have passion about the town. I always look at being HR as my background, succession planning, making sure that they're gonna be here for a long time. That's like when I was in the beginning, how I was explaining, being in Webster for 13 years, I didn't apply in different places because I'm not looking to move around. I'm looking for another home. I'm looking to stay here for a very long time. And I think that when looking at new employees, I think that you're trying to look at the same thing. You want to make sure that you're not having to retrain someone else in 5 months when they decide to get a job somewhere else. You want to see that passion that you have for the community. So that's when you're looking at employees, you're looking at that.
Thank you.
I'm very interested in somebody who's got a good mind for innovation. I think that's what we're going to have to start doing more of, to be able to get into the future with everything that's happening in the past. If you were working on bringing everybody together, so different factions of the staff, and whether it be the DPW or the police or the fire and all of that. Right now, I think they're a little bit more in their own areas. And I think it would be a greater idea to bring everybody more together to be able to get a camaraderie instead of a competition. How would you go about doing that?
It's the culture within. So you need to not change the culture, but bring together the culture. When I think of Webster, I think of like a family. Here, it's the same thing. So you just need to change the culture in which they're working more closely together. They're integrated in what they do. We have a lot of subcommittees. We have a finance team committee. We have an opioid task force, and we work together. That's the mind frame. It's changing the mind frame of independent departments to integrated, and hey, we're working together. What can I help you with today? What can you help me with tomorrow? So it's just changing that a little bit. Like I said, you guys know you have a great staff, but just knowing that and bringing them together so that they work more closely together and that everybody's on the same page, whether it's more department head meetings, whether it's smaller working groups. I think that bouncing ideas off of each other, different department heads, really helps. I think you get innovative ideas that way, different ways of thinking. I think that, having different gender, different ages, different perspectives really helps out getting the community involved. It really gives you different ideas and what people think about things.
Thank you.
A little bit about regionalization. Northborough is a reasonable sized town. We're able to do a lot ourselves, but sometimes it may be beneficial to work with a neighboring community or a number of neighboring communities on some issues. I'm curious as far as your experience with that, everything from health or mental health issues, economic development. Maybe there's a part of town that you could work together for something that would benefit better than each one individually working on, public safety, animal control, anything like that.
Yeah, so I've seen the good, the bad, the ugly of regionalizing. So we just regionalize our veterans agent with Dudley. So that actually helps us out because when you have a population over a certain amount, you have to have a full-time director. And with budget constraints, it really, helps us out to share that veterans agent. So that actually worked out great. It's a great partnership that we have. Something that didn't work is that we tried a regional Board of Health agent with Dudley. Unfortunately, the needs of each community was just too much. You can't split someone's time between two communities, especially when a community needs a full-time health director. So that did not work out. We actually terminated that. So I think you really need to look at the town, really need to look at the needs and see, can we share that position? Is this something that can be shared? Is there something that we can benefit? Because that's the biggest thing, is what's best for this community. Not what's best for the neighboring community, but what's best for this community. Could we share something? Could a regional health nurse, we have a couple regional health nurse part of the grants that have been sparked due to COVID. So we have a health nurse and we have a local inspector, and she's part of a community town. That's gonna go away in a couple of years. Is it great right now? Yes, it is, but we gotta think about the future too. So I think that, like I said, knowing what your community needs are and knowing whether you can share those needs or whether you can benefit those needs are key.
Thanks.
Okay, so I'll make this one quick. So speaking of regionalizing, did you recently regionalize your dispatch?
So we have a regional dispatch for a
Yeah.
while now, yeah.
And is that working out okay? Are the police happy with it? Are the
So
fire?
our director is phenomenal. Greg Linsky, you can't ask for a better director. He is phenomenal.
He's the director of what?
He is the director
Of?
for dispatch.
Oh, okay, okay.
Our challenge is getting other towns on board. Unfortunately, how the state gives out regional dispatch money is there's so much of it that if you regionalize with one town, which we did with Dudley, other towns also have incentives, like our neighboring Oxford. They were thinking about doing a regional dispatch in their own because they were given that money. So was Southbridge, our neighboring communities. So we've only have one partner. So you've got to make sure that when you're going to regionalize and it's going to make sense, that you're going to have a partnership with certain towns. So it has worked out for Webster, we're the host community, but we only have
One
Dudley,
partner.
one partner.
Yeah. Because, and that seems to be the kind of thing where as the town administrator, you would have very serious conversations before you introduce something like that with the fire chief and the police chief, right?
Yeah.
Make sure it's what's best for the community.
You have to make sure that's best for the community. You're taking on a lot, because you're not only taking on the workload, but you're taking on those employees also. So your services, so they are all coming on our health insurance. They're all on our liability insurance. It is a lot to think about. There's a big picture on that. So it is a lot. And like I said, there's money out there and it looks fantastic.
Right.
But when you get to that stage where you're given that money, who's going to now partner with you if there's extra money out there that's being given away? So
Okay.
definitely.
Thank you.
So my next question is about how the seniors make up, I think, a third of our population, but they also communicate a little bit differently. So can you talk to us about something that you've done to help get the seniors involved, to help make sure that they've got the resources that they need, just anything along those lines?
So our senior center is actually connected to our town hall, so we get to see them every day, and they don't have the technology to reach out to them in a text message, but we have news flyers that we give out. We partner with the Elder Bus to try to help with transportation. I know that the Meals on Wheels, they come through the community, and we try to get outreach through them. The senior center director does a great job. They are a great community, and it's actually different departments. Like the police department makes sure that they build good, strong bonds with them. Same with our fire department. They come over and they pull the bingo balls because they want to make sure that if something happens, they can call. So something happened where there wasn't a senior that showed up for a couple days at the senior center, and they got worried, and so they wanted to put something in place where there was an outreach. Is there something to where if there's someone missing, there's someone can go check on them? So we started building a kind of community for seniors that will kind of check on each other and make sure that they're building the relations that they can with the police department and the fire department, and also EMS, that if something happens or if someone's worried, they'll go and check on them. So there's a commitment, there's a community aspect of the senior community, you know, that they really care about each other.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, how do you envision your working relationship between the town and the schools?
So we have a great relationship with the schools. We always have. It's very important to have a great working relationship. You've seen some very recent communities like Dudley that have a falling out where the school says this is our budget, now this is it. They're not willing to work with you. So we actually have a great working relationship with the superintendent. I actually just sat on the superintendent search committee for our town. So like I said, we have a vested interest in the school department. We want to make sure that we know what's going on and they know what's going on with us, and that when it comes to budget time, that we're working together, because you can't cut the town side and take off for the school side, but we want to make sure that we're given a town that provides good education. So there's a balance there. So a good working relationship and common understanding of what these goals are is key.
Okay. What do you think are the top challenges facing municipal officials today? What actions would you take to ensure that the town government is effectively prepared to face these challenges over the next 5 years?
I think the biggest challenge is balancing the budget, balancing the community needs. We went to town meeting, and I think that the residents are really getting hit hard with inflation. And I think that coming to them and asking them to fund these capital projects is very hard right now. So it's finding a balance of what is needed and maybe what can wait so that it's not hurting them. Having a high senior population here, you really need to think of the residents. You need to think what they can afford, because they're on fixed budgets, they're on fixed incomes, they might not be able to afford a brand new fire engine. That's what failed at our town meeting, is a brand new fire engine. They just, right now, it's just making those conscious decisions to what people and what's good for the town and what's good for the town people, because what they can afford at this time. It's really hard for people. So that's one of the challenges, is to find a good balancing act.
Great, thanks.
Our master plan process has been mentioned a couple of times during this discussion. It's obviously a new process for us. How do you, as town administrator, would you make sure that the process is followed and the master plan is implemented versus just being put on a shelf?
So we have a master plan and we have a matrix. So the matrix actually goes across and identifies each department that's working on it. And we just met with the economic development that actually been targeted for the certain different aspects of that master plan. So I think that making sure you're on top of it, making sure you're having meetings and checking in with the different departments that is dedicated for that line of the master plan. Because like I said, our master plan is set out in a matrix in which we have the task the department who it affects and like the process of it, so we can track it.
Great. Thank you. We're winding down on time. Does anyone have a question they really want to get out before we wind this down? Okay. As we're running out of time, I'll turn the tables and ask you, are there any questions you'd like to ask of us, or is there anything additional you'd like to share with us?
I don't have any questions. I just want to say that you have a beautiful community. You have really, really great involved residents, and it's a privilege to be here tonight, and I thank you very much for your time. The one day that it's 90 degrees out, you guys, and it's not raining, you guys have to be here. It was like I'm coming here and I'm like, oh, this is the worst day. But it would be an honor to be here, because I would be dedicated and I would be, excited to be here and hopefully bring new, exciting, different ideas to the town. Like I said, you guys have great staff, you have a great community, you have a great board, and I think that you just need someone to help facilitate moving forward. So thank you very much.
Courtney, thank you very much for joining us tonight. Sure. And be careful that way.
Thank you.
It's so nice to meet you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure. Thank you. Yes, you do. It's just like a stand at a baseball game.
All right, so we'll stretch for a couple minutes.
Okay. We have to sing a song, or?
Okay.
Good to see you. Okay, well, I'll introduce you. Okay. I'm not sure where Bob and Liz is, but.
Maybe they're still looking for me.
Yes.
They might have gone right instead of left.
That's very possible. So I'm Mitch Cohen. We met, of course,
We
in the
did?
screening process.
Hi, careful over the wire.
Oh, boy, yeah, that could have been a problem.
Yeah, okay.
That's why the chair was
That's why the
there.
chair was there.
Everybody says that.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice
I'm
to
Laura.
meet you. I'm David.
Julianne Hirsch.
Nice to meet you, Joanne.
This was
I'm Bruce. Nice to meet you. I won't touch the chair again. I promise.
That's all right. You passed the first test.
Excellent.
Good. So again, my name is Mitch Cohen. I chair the select board here in Northborough. Welcome. And you and I had the opportunity to meet in the screening committee process, but I know you're new to the rest of our board. I'll ask you to introduce yourself, tell us a little bit about yourself, particularly something that might not be in your application documents. And if
Okay.
there is anything that you think we should know about yourself or about your employment history or anything else, this is a good time to introduce that.
So, my name is David Genero. I live in Holden. I've been in municipal government since 1991. Came up through the ranks of finance, started out as a treasure collector in Sturbridge. Back in the day, I had just gotten a master's degree. Before that, I was working in the supermarkets where I met my wife. We got married, and I said, I'm going to start, we're starting a family and all. Retail was not the way to go. So I went back to school, and I got hired pretty much without any background by a gentleman by the name of Kevin Walsh, who was the town administrator at Sturbridge. It was kind of funny. I went up that night, got introduced to the board. He had told me, I'm hiring you because I know your father, who was a town accountant in Southbridge for 25 years. And if you're half as good as he is, you'll do fine. Well, I didn't know it that night, but right after I was introduced to the board and I walked out and went back home to tell my wife, Kevin White turned in his resignation. So that was an interesting beginning, just because they didn't know why or where, and he was just trying to do something good on the way out. But it was kind of an interesting indoctrination into municipal service. From there, I went to Bill Ricca, where I was hired by Bob Mercer, and Bob and I have known each other since then. Did a lot of stuff together up there, mainly collecting, very famously, taxes that were 20 years old. But we put it all into title. We made it all work. And from there, I went to Uxbridge. I was there as the finance. Started as the treasure collector, went into the finance director role, and then finally was asked to be the town manager. And from there, I've gone over into Leicester, and I've been there for almost 5 years. The thing that you won't know about me is my wife has an antique shop, and that's kind of what my hobby is. We've been in that business for 22 years. Have a shop in West Boylston that I never go to because I can't stand doing anything but buying the antiques. The buying's the fun part. And we've been doing that for years, and that's, like I said, that's the weekender type hobby that we do. And the other thing probably you wouldn't know about me, and it kind of gets to me sometimes, is I just like to work. I really don't have aside from the antique business, I really like municipal finance and municipal government in general. It's kind of interesting that, especially in Leicester right now, we are redeveloping a college, Becker College, that the town purchased. We bought that 2 years ago with a debt exclusion and no override to support the expenses, which is a little challenging. But we are slowly developing that entire campus into a new mixed-use developments. There's a lot of news out actually on this right now because 3 of our dormitories are being used by the former DHCD. I still can't get that new name down, that new acronym, because it's a lot longer. But we are going to have an ongoing relationship with them where we're housing basically families that are facing housing security issues. Because what else can you do with a dormitory? Common kitchens, common bathrooms, hard to redevelop really into anything else. But this use is actually perfect, and it's very lucrative to the town. So that's really an interesting challenge, and I think the best part about it is it's given me a much larger view of everything that you do as a town administrator or a town manager. Finance is great. It's always important that you know how to do it, but if you have the right people in place, you don't have to do it. You have them do what they're here for. My role in Leicester has really evolved into really putting the vision together of what we're going to do with the campus, how we're going to start converting it over. We've got one building already that is housing our high school, and we are developing another building right next to it that's going to be our main classroom wing. We'll have the first floor open by September, and we'll have the second floor next year. All being done with an extra $2 million that we put in the debt exclusion when we bought the campus. No MSBA, no other debt exclusion. We're doing it ourselves, and it's all working. So there's a lot of different challenges working for Leicester. We're challenged financially because of our location. Being right behind Worcester is a little difficult. Transportation is problematic. Utilities are also a challenge, but we've been really developing it over time. So it's going all in the right direction, and we're very happy with it.
Great. Thank you. Is there anything about yourself or your past that you might want to share with the board?
Sure. You may have heard that a couple of years ago, Uxbridge was involved in an issue. That issue was an embezzlement charge by the former town accountant. The former town accountant had a firm that did municipal finance work for smaller communities, which there's a few out there that do that now. Very beneficial to those communities, and it fills kind of a void that's not there because you can't hire finance professionals. They're not available. So he had started that up. It went on for started in 2010. It went for 10 years. But it turned out that he was embezzling. That was uncovered around 2018. It went on for a few years where there was investigations going, and he actually, I believe now, is in prison. So I will say, in full disclosure, I was part of that in one respect. Early on, I actually did a little bit of work for the company because I was not, as a finance, it's kind of interesting, as a finance director, that position's not in the town charter for Uxbridge. It's a created position by a town manager. So we checked it out through ethics. Ethics was fine. You're not supervising. No, I'm not. Fine. And I didn't do really too much after becoming town manager, but I put it in my contract just in case that the board would supervise the town accountant, and that's in my contract, was in that contract. So anyway, in the end, the investigations were done. Everybody, I believe everybody was contacted that needed to be contacted. I never heard anything from anybody. But in the end, that's what happened. It's one of my biggest regrets in the respect that, it happened through 4 different town managers who were there. It went through 8 audits, and nobody saw it, but it's just one of those things where you always say, how could I have seen it? Is there a way? But there never was. So, in full disclosure, that's what it is. That's what happened. It's regrettable that it happened. But there's not much you can do, but nobody knew. And that's the key about these things. But the lesson that anybody who's ever learned anything in municipal finance, if that ever happens, everybody always gets caught. In the end, it's inevitable because it's all permanent record financial information that's audited.
Thank you. I appreciate you addressing that up front.
Sure, absolutely.
What we're going to do is, similar to the screening committee process that you're familiar with, we're going to go down the line and loop a few times and ask you some questions, and I'll hand it off to Kristen.
Okay. So why are you, so you're the town administrator in Leicester now?
Yes.
So why are you willing to leave that position, especially since it sounds like you are enjoying your Becker College redevelopment? Why is it a good time for you to switch?
Well, that's a very good question. I could very well stay in Leicester for the next 10 years. I like it. Like I said, it's a challenge. It's the finances are tough. We are very creative there to make everything work. I would like to say financially we're in better condition than we are, but I mean, that's the fact of life. Not every town is in good shape financially. And ours really is tax base. We don't have a tax base. And our residents, don't feel that they can afford, an override or anything like that. We just actually had one for $2.6 million for the school budget. It passed town meeting and it failed at the ballot. So we will be creative and we will find a way to keep going because that's what we've been doing. I will say that it is very interesting to work for a town that may have other challenges, but I would like to actually look at redevelopment possibilities or issues that need to be tackled. I mean, this whole thing with the Becker purchase has really kind of opened my eyes a little bit more to saying, hey, there's a lot more to trying to figure out how to pay this bill. And sometimes in Leicester we're struggling in that respect. So, I like the fact that there's resources within the town. I've done my research on that. And that certainly doesn't mean that we're going to look, that I'd be recommending taxing and spending. But it's really one of those things where you have opportunities and you have challenges. Like, I know that you're looking at what to do with the master plan. You're looking at how to redevelop the town to make it more pedestrian friendly, given that Route 20, is the main street. Obviously what to do with White Cliffs. All of those are really kind of interesting things to think about. But, I have two real criteria. Doing something that would interest me beyond Leicester, number one, and number two, being able to get there in a very short period of time. Because I've done the long commutes. I'm to the point now, if there's a good opportunity within my circle, I would look at it. Aside from that,
Okay, great. Thank you.
sorry, I get a little long-winded sometimes.
No, that's perfect. That was perfect.
Thank you. It's nice to meet you. I appreciate all the effort that you put forward for the application. That sounds like a really uncomfortable experience with that accountant. So I've got two questions.
Sure.
How was it discovered after you had 8 audits? And then what did you learn and how did you readjust things for the future?
So it was discovered because it was not only in Uxbridge.
Okay.
There actually was some money taken from other towns that were within that group that the company was working for. The problem is you cannot take a large amount of money from one of the smallest communities without expecting it to be caught. And you can't take it from a police budget. So, to me, I don't understand. I don't understand any part of it, but that's all it took. Once you found one, then the flag is up. Now you start looking town to town to town, and then they started looking, and they found once they figured out how it was done the first time, they just replicated. I can say, and I will say this to some degree, that's speculation because I have never spoken to anybody about it. I only know what I've heard. There's a simple lesson that I've learned out of that is you can trust, but you always have to verify. One of the things that I did in my financial career, no matter where I was always on the treasury side. The first thing that I did as a treasurer is I made sure there was two things I never did. I never touched money because I'm reconciling. You don't touch money if you're reconciling. And I have never, going back to 1991, have done a journal entry or logged a payment on a computer. Because, again, when you're reconciling other people's work and then comparing it to the town accountant's work. Once you start crossing those lines, you don't have a clear demarcation of who did what.
Okay. So were there any policy changes from an accounting perspective that were implemented, or was there a way to have more oversight into it?
Well, the thing is, this all came to light 2 years after I had left Uxbridge.
Oh, okay, never mind.
So the policies that we have in Leicester were there, and they work fine. The town accountant doesn't pay the bills. The assistant accountant pays the bills. The town accountant looks at the work of the assistant accountant, then it goes over to the treasury. That's how we make sure that these things don't become a problem. That's the bedrock of it, is separation of duties and check and balance.
Yep. Thank you.
So you have a very interesting hobby, antique collecting.
Yes.
And you mentioned our antique mansion that we now own in Northborough. And we have been over the last number of years evaluating proposals and what to do with the mansion. And understandably, there's a lot of passion and a lot of opinions. So my question to you is specifically, how would you help us have a productive conversation or conversations about this potential resource, and to the extent possible, get consensus and support for deciding on a plan?
Well, the first thing you got to do is look at history. I know how it's clear how the town acquired it, because we have a similar situation in Leicester. Long before I got there, we had the threat of a large housing development coming in on a large tract of land, and we bought a golf course. We still haven't figured out what to do with it. We've leased it out, and we have an operator who's running it, and it's doing okay. But if you drive by it, the clubhouse itself should probably be torn down at this point. It's similar with that. My understanding is, again, you had a developer who was going to buy the property, tear down the mansion, and then put up large housing development, and I believe that's how the town got it. I could be wrong on that, but I believe that's the story. So it comes down to, first of all, figuring out what is its value to the community. There's always an emotional tie to it, but what's the rest of the story? What possible uses are there? What potential pitfalls are there? And my understanding is cost, condition, remediation. Those are all important. And but the real biggest question is, if money was not an issue, what could it be? What would it be? And then you can determine whether you can back into that and try to find a way to make it work. Sometimes you can't, but that will be the harsh reality that might have to be dealt with at some point. But the key is involving people who are passionate about it, involving abutters who will clearly have an interest, talking to the planning board, talking to the other boards and committees that have an interest, and getting input from the community. Now, you may have done probably 90% of that. So the question is, what else is there, and is there another way to take a look at it? But it's a challenge. I mean, when I found out we were going to buy, it made sense for us to buy 19 buildings on 44 acres. that's a challenge to try to figure out. So how do you do it? So we're actually doing a bunch of different things with that campus, including putting a high school there, repurposing another building for the high school. We're selling off 5 beautiful Victorians that are in similar condition. We're auctioning them off with deed preservations on them because they face the comment. So, the planning board, the historical commissioner is saying, we don't want these just to become anything. My select board is saying, we need them off the balance sheet, and we all agree with that, but we've got to find a way to make it so it works for everybody. And consensus is really the way you need to do it.
Thank you.
We talk about taxes, and you mentioned not having a great tax base to where you are now. We have batted around every so often a shift in our tax rate to be able to help the senior population a little bit, and it's not been anything that we've really investigated too much. Have you done anything with a dual tax rate, and if you have, what's your experience on how it came about and how it worked?
Leicester and Uxbridge, neither one of them ever had a dual tax rate, because the issue with that is and it's more perception than reality. But the thought is, when you adopt a dual tax rate, you're sending a signal to business that you're not business friendly. No, that's not necessarily true. Yeah, I mean, the shift will certainly have effect on small business to some degree, but usually most of it is borne by the larger taxpayers in town. Your national grids, your other utilities will really bear a lot of that. But people are afraid to enact it because they're afraid of the signal. So we haven't done it up to this point. The only town that I've worked for that did it was Billerica. Billerica had a split tax rate, but all the others, they're just afraid of the message. But it really comes down to how much of a shift you do and how you explain it, so everybody understands. If you want to, there are programs available though. If you want to try to target senior tax relief, there is some methodology available, not widespread, unfortunately, but you can deal with it through work-offs. You can do hardship abatements. There's a couple other programs that we've been investigating ourselves just to try to find a way to at least get the most vulnerable of the population. But generally speaking, going across the board, there's not a good methodology to do it because, if people have a way, there's always another way to try to use it for tax avoidance if it's across the board. So it's challenging.
So back over to me. Here in Northborough, we have fantastic staff members, department heads, all down the line. What do you do to provide recognition to some of the best staff members, and what do you do to work with good employees to help make them great employees?
Very good. We actually do a lot as a team in Leicester because, quite frankly, our departments aren't that large. Most of them, in town hall, it's generally, a department head and one staff member. So there's not a lot of people there. But what we do is we have events for the entire staff. We'll have a December dinner, that sort of thing. We actually do a senior breakfast once a month where myself, the police chief, the fire chief, we all go into the kitchen and we cook a meal for all the seniors who want to come down, and we will invite our departments and department heads to attend the meeting as well. So it's kind of a little bit of fun that we do 9 months out of the year. The rest of it really, again, when funds are limited, there's not a ton of options aside from speaking with them, being available to them. having department head meetings to address concerns, having an open door policy, all of that we definitely do. We've also changed the non-union compensation plan. When I got there was 5 steps. The lower steps on like step 1 were below minimum wage, so nobody ever used them. Now there's 13 steps because you get to level 5, which is the higher paid department heads. To go from step 3 to step 4, you're paying, you're going to do a $10,000 increase, and that doesn't breed a lot of contentment for everybody who doesn't move up a step. So now we're at 13, so we do merit-based increases as well as a COLA every year. So we have our department heads do reviews on their staff. When it's available, some staff members will move up a step here and there, as well as the department head has that ability as well. So that's really how we basically do it through that, and just trying to keep as good of an atmosphere as we can for everybody working there.
Great. Thank you very much. Chris.
So, as it is a librarian's job to protect the freedom of everyone to read in this climate of book banning, how would you advocate for our library director and her staff to defend intellectual freedom and inclusivity in the face of challenges to books and event programming?
Well, I believe the librarian has the right to follow the guidelines that have been set up and followed by librarians across the country. Some of them can be considered, and I haven't heard it as much, although it is making a comeback. Back in the 90s, there was always the comment of, you need to make sure that the internet's not being used improperly and all the rest of that, because you have people coming in and going to bad sites, so you need to have screening software and all the rest of that. That has kind of subsided just because now pretty much everybody has internet, so that challenge has gone away, but now you're getting into advocacy for removing this book or that book because it offends. Everybody can be offended by a book, but that the bedrock of this country is the fact that we have intellectual freedom. As long as as long as there's no material that breaks the law, if the librarian says it belongs in there, it belongs in there. And I don't think we should ever cave to pressure from any person or any group that says, I don't like this set of books. Okay, well, I don't like romance novels, but that doesn't mean they don't belong in there. So I think that's just what it is.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. When you were talking at the beginning, you mentioned that when you were in Billerica, you were able to collect 20-year-old taxes.
Yes.
Can you talk to me a little bit about that?
Well, that was an interesting time. It got me my first TV interview with Channel 4, and because there was quite the uproar over it. So, of course, back in those times, everything was entered in a ledger book. So, we were running adding machine tapes and coming up with names and, putting accounts together. We did all that. We determined what was outstanding. We verified it, and we basically created a bill in our tax billing system and sent it out with a letter of explanation. Now, predictably, people were upset, but in the end, what we did is we put in an abatement program where if you had a receipt, you had a tax return, you had anything that matched up with that, we considered it an administrative error and let it go. And I still remember to this day, we had one. All the others were not true. Actually, most people that we sent it out brought in their income tax, and I'm adding it up and looking and it's like, you didn't pay that bill, because I found every other bill that they paid, and that one wasn't paid. And again, the backstory to that is, and Bob's well aware, we had a very nice tax collector. I never met her. She was about, what, 70, Bob? Something like that. And she would take money in and put it in coffee cans and put it in the safe. Surprisingly, guess where the coffee was? In the safe. For the whole department, for the whole town hall. So in those days, again, it was an elected position. Elected, the reason why the DOR always recommends you do not have elected treasurers or elected collectors is because they may not want to put their friends into title or this person or that. And that's really, in the end, through the collection program, through all the conversations I had with people, that's what it was. So we did get it cleared up. Most of them got paid off, and it got our books back where they needed to be.
Thank you.
It made a few people unhappy.
Thank you.
So you're probably aware that we developed a master plan, and we are currently in the implementation phases. And we might be doing the implementation at a unique time, given our recent experience with COVID and how COVID has changed how people work, how people shop, retail. So my question is, what are some things that concern you or are changes that have been for the better as we move forward with these things that have changed during COVID as we move into our implementation phase of the master plan?
Well, I think you have to look at how things have changed. It's really trickling down and affecting everything. There was a time where master plans would encourage large-scale development, especially of commercial enterprise, because they're good payers, they're good earners for the town. All of that has gone in a totally different direction. You actually have a good opportunity for putting together what we all call mom and pop retail. Now, mom and pop operations are great for the community because they make the community desirable. It makes it fun. It brings interesting aspects. What it doesn't do is pay the bills, because those small businesses don't really generate income. So that's the main concern, is now you have to try to pivot around and find another way to continue to keep tax revenue growing while implementing a master plan. That's not easy, but again, if you look at what the new technology is, and we're looking at one right now. I don't know if there would be an opportunity here. I've got 3 or 4 different power companies. We're looking at this little piece of swampland on Peter Salem Road, which is in Leicester, which is right by the highway barn. What purpose would this land serve for anything? They're called batteries. So what they're doing is they're tying into 3-phase, and during non-peak times, they're storing electricity and then putting it back in the grid when there's less power. And I'm getting ready to put that out to bid, that property out to bid for a lease opportunity. And I had one. It's all over the board because it's brand new. I had one company said, "Well, we think it's worth about. We'd like to do a 3-year lease for $29,000." Well, for swampland, that's not bad. Then I heard from a second group who said, "We'd like to do it for $250,000." So I'm just beginning to understand how that is, but it's the technology is what's driving the country at this point. And especially if you have, industrial areas that can be developed, that's really where your dollar's going to be. It's not going to be on Main Street anymore. Main Street has got to be livable now. That's the new thing, because because people can buy anything online. The goal is to get them out of their houses, get them to do other things. And most towns that have developed Main Street, they've got a lot of activity for that. That's really the future, small retail shops, small dining places. I mean, everywhere I look, there's a new coffee shop opening, not necessarily a Dunkin' or a Starbucks, but it's community-based, because people are social by their nature. Now that the shopping mall is gone, this is another opportunity to connect. And long-term, if you can develop your main areas so they're user-friendly, they're pedestrian-friendly, that's where, again, not financially, but from a quality of life, that's what makes the town better.
Thank you.
I think I'll build on that a little bit then, and that I agree that, to bring people into a small downtown that's attractive, that has interesting little storefronts and antique shops and things that used to be where you could find, in many places, your antique shops, which are very limited now. People aren't even going in there.
Yeah.
That we then get back to a high-density question, and that the state's pushing for high-density housing in downtown areas. And in many cases, they either have an infrastructure already that was in place that had 2-3-story buildings along those main streets, and we don't have anything that even matches in the past 5 years of building. And what's your opinion on the mandate of having high-density housing, and how would that work in the town of Northborough downtown?
Well, we actually have interim compliance. We have identified a zone that could take high-density housing. Really, at this point, they haven't made anything mandatory aside from the compliance and saying this area is the area that you can do high density, and it only currently affects existing buildings. So, in the end, if you pull down a house that is decrepit at this point, and you have the ability to put up something, that's all you're doing. It's not a mandatory build out yet, but there is always the concern that once you start down a program, what starts as optional now becomes mandatory later, and then before you know it, you're where you are. I think we're all kind of watching Holden, because Holden has just basically said no. And the state's not too pleased with Holden. It remains to be seen how that's going to work out, but they are an MBTA community and they're required to do it. But I agree, if you've ever been down Holden Main Street, there's not really a good place to put it. And, you basically have a railroad track running the entire side of it on one side, splitting the town in two, and it's a freight rail. So Holden just can't come up with a place to put it. And that's really where the conversation is. I understand why they're doing it, but you have to look at the character in the community and decide, is there a place that makes sense? If there isn't, I think to this point, seeing as Holden's already well along with that, I'd watch to see what results they get.
So you wouldn't be as quick to put it in our downtown, is that what you're saying?
I would not, because again, you've got to get community input. In our case, we had an area that fits it perfectly, and we don't have a lot of development going on. Again, location, utilities, all of that kind of gets in the way of that. So, we have 1 or 2 subdivisions that have been in the planning stages for a long time. So we're not getting the same pressure. But once you start going Worcester and east, it's a whole different ballgame.
Thank you.
We've talked a little bit about businesses and their value to the community, but sometimes you end up with a business that might not be too compatible with the community as a whole, or some people have some concerns about. I'm curious if you have any experience with, might call it agricultural business, you might call it a landfill or a compost type of facility, that you might have neighbors that might not like some of the things that go on, but it's legal, and sometimes you have to work with the state to address some concerns. I'm curious about that.
I can tell you, I have a lot of experience with that. That is Uxbridge again. Uxbridge had a gentleman who came to town, he came to town really because DEP was working with a local farmer. And what they wanted to do is they wanted to take the paper, the processed paper waste from the Irving paper plant that's up on Route 2. We had heard about it, hadn't heard much about it.
Is that where they make the money for paper, for money?
I do believe so, yes.
Yeah.
You know,
Okay.
it used to be right on Route 2. Now you can't see it anymore because they reshaped it. But I can tell you, there is nothing that smells worse than processed wood pulp.
Yeah.
And that's what it is. So he kind of stepped in, made a deal with that particular farmer, and it wound up not happening because we weren't necessarily supportive of it. What was not known at the time is that he was a soil broker. So what a soil broker does is he finds a place in a town that can take soil that is approved by DEP. DEP has soils that have contaminants in it that are below reporting thresholds. So those particular soils are determined based on the site they come from, can be placed anywhere. Well, he chose a place. The first place he started was an open quarry that had been closed. That didn't go on for too long because he wound up having a better deal with the same farmer who was going to take the wood pulp from Irving. The town was split on it. Our Board of Health was adamantly opposed to it. Our select board at the time was supportive of it because he wanted to do a host community agreement and pay by the ton. And in the end, it went on for a long while, was a long fight, but in the end, it wound up changing the entire select board, and in the end, the broker wound up losing in court. The first, I can tell you, that all happened I was there through 3/4 of it, then I went to Leicester. The first thing I did when I got to Leicester is we put a soil importation bylaw in, because I never wanted to go through that again. And that's really the best thing you can do, is to be able to regulate it. And there's always going to be kind of a push and a pull, because especially, large owners of large tracts of land want the ability to make money on fill. And most of the time there's not a problem with the fill. But the thing is, it only takes one coming from a questionable site, and people just get upset, because then you're dealing with aquifers and well contamination and all the rest of that. And you can't undo that once it happens. You can remove it, but you're not going to remove it all. I understand there is an issue like that here. If I would certainly look at all of it and see first of all where we are legally, number one, and where the bylaw sits and what is enforceable and what is not enforceable. But they're difficult. That similar soils policy that DEP has makes it very easy, and they support it 100%, because what it allows towns to do is it allows redevelopment throughout the state, because the soil's got to go somewhere. So if you're not taking it from a contaminated site such as a gas station, what similar soils is defined as, it's got the same amount of contaminants that you would find here that's there. So it just mixes in and it's not a big deal. Well, unfortunately, people who see the trucks coming in think it's a big deal, especially with the trucks on the road and the trucks doing the dumping. So, yeah, it's difficult, and like I said, we'd have to see what's in place. I'm certain you're already addressing it now, but we'd have to keep working on it to make sure that if it is going on, it's going on properly and legally.
Thank you.
Okay, so connected to trucks, I have a traffic and safety question for you. I don't really know Leicester very well, but here we have some industrial properties. We have an Amazon warehouse and we have a FedEx facility, and we have other warehouses in other parts of the town. Because we are very centrally located, really close to 495 and 290 and the Mass Pike. So we also have a lot of commuters, and we have a shared high school with Southborough, and the road that the high school is on, I also, full disclosure, live on this road. It's where a lot of the trucks go through. So how have you worked with traffic and safety issues before in towns that you've worked in, and how have you had to deal with an increase in 18-wheelers in your community, and how would you address that here?
Well, generally speaking, at least pre-COVID, we had a public safety committee, and that committee's looking to get back together. It just, since we've purchased the college, I just have limited time for it. So basically, the Public Safety Committee consists of all of the major department heads, DPW, police, fire. We do that to get together to address these concerns. And a lot of times, quite frankly, if these businesses in your community you have a relationship with them, a lot of it is resolved through conversations with them, saying, hey, there's a concern here. Can you run the truck down this route versus that route? Can you limit the times? Can you not can you not let them over idle? You can put up jake braking signs in established districts where jake braking isn't allowed. You can do things like that. And that we've gone with a voluntary route because, quite frankly, DOT makes it very, very difficult to actually prohibit trucks going down certain routes. If they're numbered routes, forget it. They're not going to get in the way. So you can't get any relief through District 3 on that. So you have to deal with them. You have to deal with the owners directly to make it work. But we found that the Public Safety Committee has been very, very effective in that because, at least in Leicester, my police chief's been there for 40 years. He knows everybody. Everybody knows him. He picks up a phone and says, hey, this is our concern. They'll make it work. So we get together, identify the problem based on our resident complaint, just determine whether it has merit, and then we deal with it from there.
Okay, and your Public Safety Committee, it has staff on it. Does it have any residents or anything? We just formed a Traffic Safety Committee that will be resident volunteers.
Really the department heads. What we do though is we post meetings. We have residents come in to explain what their issue is, and they can bring anything they need before us. If for instance it's a speed limit change on a road that we can do because it's a town-owned road, they'll bring it to us. We'll bring it to the select board with a recommendation, and then if the board finds merit in it, they'll vote it. So, we make sure, again, this is, we don't want just to have a group meeting that isn't getting input. You have to have public input because the public are the ones who are being affected by it.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
I like that question, and compliments where I was going to go next. So we do have a diverse population. We've got young families, we've got seniors. What would be a good communication strategy that you use to make sure that everybody's aware of meetings, how they can get engaged, how they can participate? And coming out of COVID, I'd love to see more people attending. I'd love to know more about how you communicate with your
Sure.
communities.
Well, we have, I'd like to say we have an active town page. It's active for meetings. I've had a staff shortage in the office for a little while, and so the webpage itself needs more updates. We certainly load stuff on it all the time. We do code red calls informationally as well as for emergencies, but for instance, when we have town meeting coming up, we'll make sure that we do a couple of code reds for everybody that's signed up so they know what it is, that when it is, and they can contact us if they're looking for information. We get the warrant. Our goal when it comes to town meeting is to have the warrant complete with all votes as early as possible, so residents actually have time to look it up online and they can see what's there. Some towns, every town does it a little differently. I can say when I got to Leicester, all we had listed were the actual warrant articles. The warrant articles is great, but it has no detail to it, because once the board puts up a warrant article and they vote it, that article doesn't change. You've got to put the information in the actual motion. So our goal is to put the motion in, put the recommendations from the advisory committee, from the select board, the bylaw review committee, if it's a bylaw, I'll always write an explanation about it. So we want people to see what it all is, because town meeting is extremely important, so people can understand what we're doing, what we're trying to do, what we're recommending. We also have meetings, we have in-person meetings to go over the warrant that we filmed with LCAC, our cable provider, and they film everything. So all of our meetings just about are online. Select board, all planning, zoning, conservation, school committee, all of that is always online, because again, we want people to see what's going on. We also we are back to meeting in person, but we also do a live meeting as well on GoToMeeting. So we're still kind of in the COVID realm for people who want to log in that way, and they have the ability to ask a question, or if we have guests that are doing presentations before the select board, they can do it online. I try to tell them, no, you need to be here, because even GoToMeeting is good, but it's only so good. But they have that ability, and then residents who are online have the ability to ask questions as well. So we try to be as interactive as we can to make sure that people have a voice.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay. What are the most important qualities you look for when hiring a town employee?
I look for, let me back up on that one. Leicester is interesting in the fact that, again, everything that we ever talk about goes back to money. We are not always as competitive as we would like to be in the salary realm. So many times I've hired people with very limited experience. They may be assistant department heads. They may have some municipal experience. They may not have no municipal experience. We have trained many people who are now in other towns in management positions in the municipal workforce. What I look for is intelligence, enthusiasm, and that can-do attitude. That shines forward in any interview that we have. It's not somebody who wants to come in and punch the clock. It's somebody who's got a passion for what they want to do. Like, for instance, I'm interviewing a candidate right now for a planning position. She has never been near anything having to do with planning. But in talking with her, she was talking about how interested she in all of her positions. She was very detail orientated, and very into making sure that everything worked and every file was there at all times. And you look at that, and what is, in the end, if you're looking at planning, the day-to-day of planning is making sure everything is done, everything is online and ready to go for the planning board to look at. And that attention to detail, especially when you're looking at a bylaw change or how making a special permit for a particular person will affect the surrounding neighborhood. All of that comes from detail. Planners can be educated, but they really have to have the mindset. And that's what I was looking at. Because right now, there are 13 different planning positions on MMA right now. So it's a challenge. So you have to work with people. So I bring people in, some with some experience, some with not, and most times they have all succeeded, and they're either still with us or they've moved on and got in ever increasing management jobs in the field that we brought them in at.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Talking about, you mentioned District 3. I don't know if you've got a good rapport with the members of District 3 that you could maybe tap on their shoulders and find out that we have a need. Route 20 goes through our downtown and
Yep.
most of the center of Northborough, and it causes a lot of consternation between the truck traffic and the lighting and the moving about with people and the safety of it. And some towns have beautiful Route 20. Sudbury is a good example. So we often hear when we've made applications for things such as truck exclusions or the blinking crosswalk lights for safety, that the state's not interested in, and they don't feel that there's a problem there. How do we change that relationship to get more compatibility and getting what we'd like to see in our town in the safety and the appearance when there's a governmental agency that, well, my book doesn't say it's important, therefore I'm not going to really stretch myself.
Well, there's some of it through grants that work. If you submit, for instance, complete street applications, we've done it for state roads, and we've made it work, and they've accepted the design. It isn't easy. It's time-consuming. That's one way to do it. Relationships are good, but they're only going to go so far. And, I know Barry Lorian of District 3 very, very well, but I'm not going to get $1 million from him just because I know him. Whatever you do, you've got to bring forward a reason. You've got to show it. So, one much more smaller scale example is we have a gym in town. It's basically a kids' gym. It's dance classes. It's everything is for small children, probably up to the age of 14. The parking lot is across the street, and it's on Route 9, coming right out of Worcester. And it's just one of those things where when you come up, there's very little visibility, especially when it gets dark. It took 2.5 years, but now finally we actually have crosswalks, blinking lights. I mean, it's actually almost, I'll never say overdone, but it's pretty big. It's not just a regular crosswalk. It's much bigger than that. It's got an arch going across over the top of it, so it really has visibility. That was hard to do because, of course, when District 3 looks at it, they look at the measurements from the curve to where the crosswalk is, and they make a decision based on that whether or not it's really visible or not visible. That one was not. So it came down to a lot of pressure, a lot of pleading, involving our state reps. We did it all, and finally they did it.
because they finally recognize the need. And that's not a knock on them. They've got, every town has stuff they want. So we understand that. We just have to look at what our need is and persevere as much as we can. And, you know, having the assistance of your state rep and state senator is always very, very important in that. Because everything at the state level, to some degree or another, has a little bit of a political bent. Not always a lot, but they get things done.
Thank you.
You've probably watched some of the meetings in Northborough, and so you read some of the things that we're challenged with. What of those interests you and excite you the most?
I think I'm really, really interested in White Cliffs. White Cliffs, it's just, I've got this development bug that's really, really bitten into me lately. And I just like the idea of trying to find a solution to that, because I remember I was there, I used to have conferences there 20 years ago. When I went in there, the time I was in there, I was amazed at how beautiful it was. And to see, to find, you know, there's been leaks and everything that comes after that, that is really a shame. But that seems to be one that just keeps coming up, that it's hard to wrap your head around and hard to find a solution. That's the type of permanent stuff that makes a difference. Like, for instance, if I left Leicester tomorrow, I could say, these are all the buildings that I put into motion, and I'm happy and I'm proud that I did it, because they're still going to be there 50 years from now with those uses. Those are the things that make a difference in a town. Again, you can balance 10 budgets, and nobody would really care, because that's just about service. People want to see how you change a community. That's what makes a difference. You know, that is really very, very important. And the other part of that, you know, that is probably not talked about as much, but the other part of it is making sure that the government of Northborough is also available to the community. You know, when I go to work every day, I have people coming in all day long, so I tend to get there around 6, just because I can get work done in 2 hours. That is fabulous. That's my most productive time during the day. The rest of the time, if people come in, the door's open. You have a complaint, the door's open. You want to have a compliment, the door's really open. But, you know, I don't have too many of those. But, you know, there's always something to deal with. And that's the other lasting effect that there is. And if people feel that their government isn't working for them, they will eventually change it in some way, shape, or form, and whatever they can do. And it's really about building confidence. And I think those are the two things I'm really, really interested in. And all the other challenges that will come at every select board meeting. There's always going to be, hey, we need to do this, or we need to do that. I mean, right now, I've been doing project managing. I'm doing all the biddings that we're doing for everything on the campus. I'm finally maybe going to have an ATA back. I haven't had one for 3 months. And there's no shortage of work. Work is fun. This is what it is, because you're making a difference. And that's why I like it. So I think those are the two things. If I was going to pick two, those would be the two I'd start with. All the other stuff, it's day to day. It's day to day that always can work. You've already got systems in place. You've already got people in place. You don't need to overhaul. You don't need to rebuild. It's just enhancing what you have.
We are unfortunately out of time for questions. However,
Okay.
there is an opportunity, if you would like, to ask us any questions or say anything else that you'd like to conclude with.
Well, I don't have any questions really. I've been paying attention to the process. I've been on the website. I've watched the meetings. From what I can see, this is a great community. I'm very interested in it, And, either way, no matter how it goes, I hope that you pick somebody that will work for you, that can make that happen. And I just appreciate the opportunity to interview with the board.
Thank you very much.
Thank
for joining
you.
us.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So good to meet you.
I'm going to go this way.
That's
Thank you very much.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
David. Nice
Thank
to
you very
meet you.
Great seeing you again, David.
Take care.
Yeah, we'll take some.
Mitch,
Yes.
audio off?
It's audio off.
Not yet.
Okay.
That's why I'm asking.
Okay.
always books. Books. I've never looked at them. It's like a lot. What you think?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, David Williams. David spent just most recently Brockton Housing Authority as a chief financial officer.
We've already lost a few candidates.
And prior to that, he was the town administrator.
It's nice to meet you.
In
I'm Laura.
Sherborne, Massachusetts.
Julie and her, hi.
David, welcome to Northborough. Thank you very much for joining us this evening. You and I had the pleasure of meeting in the screening committee interview process, but I know
Yes.
this is your first time with the rest of our board.
Right.
And I'd like to start out by asking you to introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about something, maybe something that's not on your resume, and if there's anything you think we should be aware of, now would be the time.
Okay. Well, David Williams, good to meet you. I've been in public local government for about 20 years, 20-something years. And it's something that I've always been interested in since, excuse me, since I was an undergraduate at University of Maine. And I've always worked for some talented city managers, town managers. And I found my way to Massachusetts around 2007 to work at Weston. And my wife and I thought that, well, she's from New York, Long Island, and I'm from Maine. So we thought that would be a nice halfway place. And then once we started having children, we realized we're not near any family and we have no help whatsoever. So that was a learning experience. But we're still here. And I was 9 years in Sherborne as the town administrator. I was 3 years at Town of Framingham as the assistant town manager, wearing many hats in both of those places. And Weston is probably the most comparable to Northborough as far as demographics and, well, pretty much everything, topography and everything. So we did a lot of projects in Weston about historical, saving historical buildings and trying to make them more useful, like turning them into a tavern. But I mentioned that in the other interview. It didn't end up being a tavern, so, but at least we tried. So I think that's about the most interesting background stuff that I could say.
Thank you very much. In a format that will probably seem familiar to you, we're gonna go up and down the aisle. Everyone has some questions prepared, and I'll ask Kristen to go first.
Sure, great. So, let's see. So, why, you've been working in Brockton, right?
Yeah.
An affordable housing community, quite a large one. So would you like to just tell us why you're leaving that position and why you're interested in?
Primarily, it was the commute between Framingham and Brockton was not an easy commute. Something I thought I was up for, but it just was every day. It was the same drudgery. So that really started me thinking that, well, I'd like to get back into local government if I can. But I knew that while I was in Brockton that I would get experience with, development, land development, affordable housing, which I did, and then also get experience as far as financial management. So I was dealing with 30 banks. It was about $150, $200 million operation of money flying in and out every day. Federal grants, state grants, and it was an interesting place, but not a place that I wanted to continue my career, mostly because of the amount of accounting work. So I didn't want to be an accountant, never wanted to be an accountant. But I had 2 CPAs working with me, outside consultants. So there was significant accounting work, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So between the not being the right kind of work, that's my strengths, and the commute, that's really what got me looking elsewhere.
So, and you liked being a town administrator in Sherborne? You were there for quite a while, so.
Yeah, I was in Sherborne for 9 years. We started with a 3-member board, ended up with a 5-member board. Had a lot of very unique circumstances that I encountered in Sherborne that I haven't encountered elsewhere. And the government was very different. It was decentralized, like a flat matrix, no central authority. So to get anything done, you were just using your people skills to work with the boards, the committees, and the residents, because you didn't really have any authority on paper. It wasn't defined like in your charter. So,
Okay, thank you.
yeah, sure.
So I'm sure you've heard this, there's a housing situation that's definitely critical for the whole state. And in Northborough, one topic that's come up regularly is affordable housing for seniors and folks on fixed income. Do you have any thoughts about your experience from the Brockton Housing Authority that may help us as we're looking towards the future to make the town affordable for those on fixed incomes?
Well, do you have a housing production plan already approved or by the state?
Not thus far, so we're part of the MBTA adjacency community, so we're working through the process of identifying land that we will need to zone for high-density housing.
Do you have a separate housing commission or
We have-
something like that?
There's a separate Northborough Housing Corporation that works with the community as sort of a bridge between us and most frequently,
Right.
Outside organizations that can actually do the work.
Okay.
For building.
What about an affordable housing trust fund?
We have an
That-
authority. We have.
You have a housing authority already set up? Okay. And that functions outside of the town, or is it a town department?
There's a town board and committee, like I used to be the liaison
Oh,
to it,
okay.
and I went to a couple of meetings, but I didn't
Yeah.
really understand what they did, to be honest.
Right,
So-
right. So what I had in Brockton was about 7,000 residents spread over 16 properties. The largest property was 2 10-story towers that we were replacing. The cost was about $170 million was the estimate. So we were working with Shawmut Bank and a developer on clearing space for the replacements and trying to plan on how to get those residents into the new places and tear down the old, and but building the new on the same site. So these were large capital projects is what they are. I can't see them being the scale of a project that you would want in Northborough, but they are they're very large projects. There was 400 units in the 2 towers. So, but the relationship that you develop with the banks and the developers, that's really what's most important, because the trend isn't to be owning these buildings and being the landlord. The trend is to be issuing vouchers and let somebody else manage the property. So that's what we were trying to do in Brockton over the next few years.
Thank you.
Sure.
In your resume, you wrote, about, this was in your work in Sherborne, approximately 35,000 commuters pass through Sherborne's primary commercial area each business day, which creates a high demand on public safety personnel and roads maintenance. How did you address that problem? Did you institute any policies or?
We implemented, or we looked into seeing what we could do to the streets to make them more, get people in one side and out the other more quickly. So we used Complete Streets as the program, and I think you've already adopted Complete Streets.
Very recently.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we're in the early phases of the process.
Okay, so we were a green community and had adopted the Complete Streets years ago. And basically, it was just to move the traffic quicker, so there was only one traffic light the whole stretch through Sherburne. I don't know if you've been through there, but it's a small downtown area where the fire department is, and there's just a takeout place and an old tavern and not a lot of business development. And we could talk the whole night about why there is no other business development, but you're limited by your infrastructure. And there is no infrastructure in Sherburne. There is no public water, there's no public sewer. So all your development has to be self-contained on the property. So we're very limited there. But the Complete Streets, I know, widened the roads and put some sidewalks in and put bike lanes in. There was another area that we wanted to extend it on, I think it's Route 16 towards Holliston. We wanted to do something at an intersection there, but we wanted to do what we wanted to do, not what DOT was proposing with another streetlight. So we rejected that. So still that part kind of chunks up, but the Route 27 north and south traffic moves pretty well.
Thank you.
I want to just expand a little bit more on your knowledge of the affordable housing voucher program and such. I've done a little bit more of my own research, and I realize that now an awful lot of the housing that does come in for affordability is not necessarily for the town, but for any area. So that even though we might be thinking that our affordable housing is for our seniors or our handicapped individuals, it's not really. There's only perhaps a 25% availability for them to apply, but that for everything that we spend money for, it's no longer our own tax dollar and our own land going to our own residents.
Right. If somebody was on a public housing list and got a voucher from wherever they're living, and you're accepting vouchers for that unit, they have a right to come to it. So that district that they're coming from would be sending their rent money to your district. And if any of your people got approved for affordable housing, they could go anywhere in the country too.
Correct.
So these vouchers are very valuable and flexible once you get one.
Well, can something be done to keep our resources for our
Well,
residents?
do you have a senior housing development?
Yes, I think we probably have a couple, right? We have two?
So they're owned by the town?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
And so you maintain them, and there's a senior housing commission or something that,
That's what the housing
Manages them.
authority is that I was talking about, yeah.
Oh.
That's what it seemed like to me. When I would go to their meetings, they would talk about how to improve the current housing. There's some off, well, it's like behind here, behind the
Street.
parking lot.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Off Hudson Street, yeah. And then there's some by the library.
okay. So, I mean, if it's formed specifically for senior housing, you can have more restrictions on how that's used. I think I don't know if you call them deed restrictions, but they're some sort of restrictions on the use of that property, which would include the way that you're going to not dispose, but the way you're going to rent those units. So you would have a local preference on those affordable units that you're putting up for sale for rent.
So you're saying you could do more than the 25% the state allows by putting a deed restriction on our own land that we would be using it for?
I think you'd have to do it at the beginning when you built it, because there's probably already legislation that was passed that I would have to look at it. But I know in Sherburne, it was a senior housing development, that the way it was set up, it was very protected. We had a lot of control over it. But when we did put units up for rent, applications could come in from anywhere. And we'd try to rely on a local preference to award, but that only goes so far, because you can't tell people, no, they can't come here. So,
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks. People question. We have really, really good staff here in Northborough, department heads all the way down. What do you do to provide recognition of some great staff and keep them engaged? And how do you work with good staff and help them to become great staff?
well, first, I would like to not learn their jobs to do it instead of them, but to learn what they're actually doing on a day-to-day basis. And that, somebody can feel better about their own work if they realize that somebody's coming in and at least paying attention to them and what they're doing, and also demonstrate some sort of understanding of what they're doing. I checked out most all of the department heads, and when I was looking at the charter and the boards and committee lists, you had like over 200 people, and you had boards and committees. There were more than 40 of them. I knew that the town administrator wasn't an island unto himself, that there had to be talented department heads working with them. And then I saw the list of duties that the select board also does. So a lot of people have duties on them, and getting to understand what those are, and it makes it easier to recognize when somebody's doing a superb job. And usually there's the day-to-day recognition, or at staff meetings or department head meetings. And then there's the big picture impact, then it would be bringing it to a select board meeting and asking for recognition, much like you would an officer. The police chief would recognize an officer at a select board meeting. Does that answer?
And how about staff that might not be great yet, but have the capacity to get there? How do you guide them in that direction?
Well, you do have to talk to them personally to find out if they're where they want to continue their career and increase their skills, because it doesn't pay off for the town in the long run to be sending somebody to training that is questioning their career or doesn't want to necessarily be there. So assessing their skills and where they want to go in their career is pretty important. So then you can talk to them on this is where you want to go, but this is what I need. So then you can figure out what the gap, to try to get them to where you need them. So, does that answer?
It does.
Okay.
Thank you. Kristen?
So as it's a librarian's job to protect the freedom of everyone to read in this climate of book banning, how would you advocate for our library director and her staff to defend intellectual freedom and inclusivity in the face of challenges to books or event programming?
Those are policy things that should be coming from a library. Do you have a board of trustees?
We do, yes. But the town administrator is technically the library director's boss, right? So
Okay.
it's important to know that the town administrator would be supporting the library,
Right.
library director.
Right, I mean, like any other department head, whether it has something to do with book reading or children's rooms, you know, however to organize the library, they're the expert on that, just like the DPW director is an expert on the roads. I'm not going to direct somebody against what they're doing or what they've learned or how to manage unless I have better information that I can convey to them and get their response and see how see how it goes from there. But that's a very big policy issue. It just, there's a whole scale of what could be done. Looking at the situation, is the librarian holding some sort of line that's causing a lot of disturbance? Then we would need to see what we could do to try to tamp that down. But those are sticky situations that, definitely have to be dealt with on one-to-one, and also dealing with the trustees.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I am a big fan of transparency in government, and I noticed in one of your bullets that you said you had implemented an online document request system so that the public could have easier access to town documents. Are you able to talk to us a little bit about what that project was like and how that helped the residents?
Yeah, the software was called FOIA Direct, and we implemented that as a beta site originally. It didn't. Sometimes when you're using software or technology, it's not always the quickest and easiest way to do something. So if we're getting in 3 or 4 public records requests a month, it doesn't make sense to teach everybody this software and how to use it. And so we had a records access officer, and we had, we just started building it in a spreadsheet, and we had the columns for the time, the date, deadlines that you needed to respond, and that kind of stuff. So in the end, we didn't, we used it for a while, but after using it a while, we realized we could still do it. The key was getting that records access officer to be managing the project. I mean, managing the inquiries. And in Sherburne, the select board appointed me and the town clerk as co-records access officers. And that's not a good model either. So, but we didn't end up using the software long term. We just worked to try to get it all under the town clerk as being the records access officer as defined in statute. So I don't know if that helps.
Thank you.
Okay.
I was wondering if you had any experience or ideas about sharing resources with other towns. And also if you would speak to the situation where you used a public-private arrangement with the condo in Sherburne?
Is that about the shared sewer septic?
Yeah, with
Shared
the-
septic?
yeah.
So what was the first part of this question?
Sharing resources.
Yes.
either-
Yeah, so you need to maintain relations with all your area towns and look for opportunities for grants that might come up where you can share the grant with the other town to add some sustenance to your grant application, or when you're applying for an earmark a legislative earmark, it looks a lot better for the elected people if they're affecting 2 or 3 of their communities. So while I was in Sherburne, we looked at regional animal control. We looked at regional fire. We looked at, kicked around talking about regional dispatch, which was doesn't seem like it's going to happen anywhere. So I assume you have your own dispatchers.
Yes.
Okay. So in Sherburne, an example of something shared was there was a movement towards sustainability coordinators. I don't know if you have a sustainability coordinator. I didn't see.
We do not, at least yet.
Okay. So I teamed up with the administrator in Holliston, and we put together the earmark request to be submitted into the next bill. So we got, I think it was $70,000. So basically, it was $35,000 for Sherburne and $35,000 for Holliston. And then we had the boards, each of the boards talk about how they envisioned implementing this. And Holliston wanted to get in and out. They wanted to spend the $35,000 on sustainability projects and be done with it. Where Sherburne wanted to hire an actual position. So I ended up, we just shared that first year, and then we continued the sustainability coordinator position in Sherburne by reapplying for other grants. So I think I get 3 years straight, I got the 35 or 40,000, and finally, it was David Linsky, the legislator, said enough. This was a one-time seed money, so you've used too much. So, but that gave us time to build it into our budget and fund an actual department. So that was under me, and I had the coordinator put together an outside website for community outreach. So it wasn't done from the town's website. It was done just in a different way. It was more slick, I guess. So we had the town planner working on internal things like energy improvement issues in our town buildings. And then we had the sustainability coordinator working with residents on projects, personal projects at their homes and stuff. So does that answer the?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so one of the things that we're obviously a new board, and we're probably a little bit more active, asking questions and getting involved. Did you and Sherburne or your other positions have a weekly or bi-monthly reports of the different departments and what was going on, what was new, what was continued, what was completed, that you would share with the Board of Selectmen? It wasn't formal reports like are required on one of the documents I read. I don't know if the reports go to the select board or, but it did look like there were reports coming from department heads here.
Police and fire.
Okay, so, I saw police and fire chiefs every day, so, and the public works director every day. And then we would meet once a week as fire chief, police chief, finance director, me, and somebody else I thought a lot of. But so it would be the 5 of us met every week to discuss what was going on, and we would include it in maybe a town administrator report, or if it was something that was going to have a budgetary impact or responding to an article that may have been passed, and we want to give some sort of update on it or promote something, then we would get on the agenda, or I would get them on the agenda working with the chair. And then I had a land use meeting, I think once or twice a month, with planning board, conservation, Board of Health. And we had it open for developers just to show up and talk to us about potential plans. So we knew, we were learning what the developers were thinking before they actually even became public, or even went to a planning board meeting or a select board meeting to be introduced.
Well, would you expand that then? Would you, if you came here, would you expand it so it wasn't just the small group, giving us more insight into what was going on?
Well, routinely, no, probably, maybe the Public Works Director. But these were such preliminary meetings that the developer could show up and, the Board of Health Director can say, this is what you're going to need to do with the Board of Health, and the planner would be able to say, this is what you need to do with planning. And, but their engineers who are working on their projects would have more questions for the Public Works Director with infrastructure that we probably wouldn't be getting involved in. So, they would have to see if they thought it was worth their time. But if I don't think it would be in those initial meetings.
I assume you've watched some of our select board meetings, or at least read about some of the issues facing the town. We have a lot of challenges, as every community does. What do you see as the biggest challenges facing Northborough, and what of those challenges excite you the most?
Well, I looked back through your RFPs, which was great, because I could go back and see what people were thinking 3 or 4 years ago, and what projects and where they're at now. All of the projects seemed interesting. The White Cliff seemed interesting. Use of the old fire station, construction of a new fire station, renovation of the town hall. I think there's a feasibility study that's already been ordered, or has it already been delivered?
It has. Someone's been hired. I don't actually remember if we've hired, if the town office have hired somebody for that or not, but the committee has been formed, and they have not yet had a meeting. So I think they're waiting for staff to kick that off.
All right. The biggest project that I saw was, the revitalization of downtown, or maybe you call it the vitalization, because it hasn't been done before. But that I think is very important, because your center here is kind of squeezed by up on Route 20, and I don't know, there are so many routes that go through Route 9, 290, and 135 comes through at some point. So
Begins here in Northborough, yeah.
So those, this downtown area is really not necessarily the place that you want to attract outside people to, but it's the place that you want people to be proud of who live here, that they can walk around and they can, be proud of the place they live, and have places that they like to go locally, as opposed to needing to go out to, can't mention names, up to Route 9. But that project seems really interesting to me, and I printed out a number of different maps, and I was looking, and I was like, how did this even come to be, with, different way that roads were converging, sweeping curb cuts on some of the properties. The Dunkin' Donuts had 3 curb cuts. So just looking at those things, I was just wondering how we got there. And I know it's auto repair shops and storage units and that kind of thing are typical, much smaller town in the center area than you would see in a town like Northborough. And so I think that's a big project with a lot of angles that I would definitely like to be working on. And all those other projects, all interesting. I just need to know who's involved in which ones.
Great. Thank you.
Sure.
Kristen?
I'm sorry. Oh, my traffic question. So I know you addressed, I used to work in Sherborne on Cemetery Lane in that big red building. There's an antique shop
antique place? Yeah.
downstairs. Yeah, I didn't work in the antique shop. I was upset. But, so I would commute there, and I know exactly what you're talking about with the traffic and that one traffic light. You also had the one good crosswalk there, which when we would go over to get ice cream at the little ice cream
I
place
have it
across the street.
lighted now, so.
Yeah, it's we always felt very safe. But here in Northborough, we have an issue with warehouses and therefore 18-wheelers going through town, and I realize there's only so much we can do on Route 20 because it's a state road, and if I've learned anything from these interviews, it's that Mass DOT is hard to work with. Everyone keeps saying the same thing. But as far as, do you have any insight or, I know Sherborne you don't have any warehouses there, do you?
Surprising, right on our border is or I say I don't live in Sherborne, but
Yeah.
Odessa, the auto auction.
Oh, okay.
So there's a lot of truck traffic on Wednesdays and Fridays coming to the auction. Sherborne put a sign at the exit of Odessa, the no right turn,
Yes.
and then worked with Odessa to actually shape the barrier so that there's no way they could take a right turn to go
Yeah,
into
because the trucks,
Sherborne.
yeah, we're working on something like that with FedEx right now, actually.
Oh, really?
Yes, our zoning board is working
Okay.
on that. So, other than that kind of thing, do you have any insights on how you might deal with, in Northborough, our truck traffic on roads other than Route 20?
We've tried truck restrictions. We rebuilt intersections to make them less friendly to the trucks that were coming through there. There was a shortcut through a residential area, and the trucks would just fly through there.
Yeah.
So it costs a lot of money relocating poles and redoing the intersections so that brings people to a stop. And so I have some experience in that.
Okay.
But again, it's seeing the problem and what's going on now, and then talking to everybody about what people think should be done.
Right.
But definitely, speed and truck restrictions are, they're difficult to get through DOT unless you have a very, maybe not even a good reason. It's just difficult to get through. So involving them in what you're trying to do is important. So,
Yeah. Okay,
okay.
thanks.
You mentioned on your resume that you were able to help Sherborne decrease their tax rate. Can you talk to us about how you did that?
Yeah, when I started in Sherborne, they had the highest tax rate in the state. It was 20-something, I think it was 22 or 23. So these tax bills were huge. So the Board of Assessing it was an elected Board of Assessing. at the time. And only one really was interested in, doing a reval and that kind of thing, or getting a new assessor. So working with the board with what I had, what I had to work with. But as far as putting the budget together, that was, the drain on the budget. We just looked for ways that we could combine departments, or get rid of things that aren't being done anymore. Just tried to really nick any sort of stray expenses. Like, I went through all the boards and committees and sunsetted a number of committees and transferred their tasks into other committees. So there was no loss in service, but the committee isn't supported by its own budget anymore. And then just telling the department heads that everything's going to be flat. Don't expect any budget increase. As a matter of fact, why don't you submit a write-up with like a 5% reduction and what the impacts of that would be on your department? And we would read those, and maybe it was acceptable. Maybe the 5% loss was acceptable and they could still survive. So there were reductions that way, but we held the staffing and the expenses on the town side very, very stable to almost rolled back to like 2007, something like that. There were just, it's just trying to hold the line on it. And having a good relationship with the school department, because 60-70% of your budget's going to the schools, and figuring out some of the things that the school department could do in their budgeting that might relieve or provide some room. And one of those was the school, the funding of special education. I think it's in your legislative priorities document. But there's wiggle room in the formula that they use to put that budget together at the school department. So it's really just trying to hold the line on everything, and then get the assessing records all done and things properly assessed. And we brought in a new assessor. So it just kept coming down a little bit by a little bit, but it was always a downward trend, thankfully.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, new topic. How do you envision technology advances in 5 to 10 years, and how would they impact municipal government?
I think my previous answer, I mentioned something about cybersecurity. I just like to say the word. In Sherburne, we were hit by it was a virus. Yeah. It was somebody opened up a joke thing, and it planted itself, and then months later it activated and locked up the whole police department network. So luckily we had the town was separate, so it really only affected the police department. And we called our insurance carrier, brought them in on it, and had to bring in a company to scour everything on the network to see if it's anywhere else. We ended up, it was cheaper to buy all new PCs and software, which the police department needed anyway. It just sped up our process. So that's how we dealt with it. We didn't pay the ransomware. That's what it is. So preparing for cybersecurity attacks is it's not a realistic expectation to think that you're not going to get hit or you're going to be able to protect yourself so well, because at some point something's going to get through, or at least that's how you have to manage, expecting that something's going to get through, and then focus on what your response is, like training people to shut things down and that kind of thing. But for technology in the next few years, other than cybersecurity, it's space, like where are you putting everything? I mean, we used to put it in safes and in the basement, and now you're looking at storing documents in the cloud. In Sherburne, I converted the email system to a cloud system, and so now you're paying for electronic storage. And that's just going to get more and more. So if you're not putting the money into your own memory storage, then you're going to be paying somebody else to store your stuff for you forever. So, that's something that would definitely affect municipalities. And then the speed of things as far as software being needing to run on better and better PCs, that costs you too, because you're replacing and upgrading PCs a lot sooner than you used to. But those PCs you're replacing now are $300 to $500, and they're a small box compared to a large box that sits on the floor. And so those three things are what I would think would impact municipalities in the near future, if it hasn't already.
Okay, another change. This is a good question that was already probably asked of you, but please describe how you would handle conflict and conflict resolution, and include how you feel you would have your open door policy or whatever between the residents and the staff in trying to bring residents, select board, staff all together as a nice smooth transition from conflicts.
I missed the last part. A smooth transition of what?
Of any conflicts.
Oh, I had, since I've always been the HR director since 2010, there's conflict. There's conflict everywhere, and it's of different scales. I've seen conflicts that you think are just two department heads complaining or pushing each other, and then the next thing you know, you have harassment complaints that they're filing against each other, and so everything is just elevated to another level that you didn't want to have to go to. So then you're talking with each one. We brought in an outside consultant. Actually, on this, we had to bring in two consultants, one to work with each one so that they had special attention. And then we got them to work on a combined project that they agreed on working on together, and then bringing this new policy to the board to pass. In the end, it cost probably $40,000 to $70,000, and it didn't change the people involved. So when dealing with conflict, you really have to understand what your goal is. Excuse me. Sometimes it can just be a conflict between an employee and someone working on their board. Those are difficult, but I've dealt with those. I did a mandatory sensitivity training for all the boards and committees I didn't do it. I implemented it. I came up with the idea to pull people together and learn about the conflict of interest law and sensitivity training. And we brought in somebody from the EAP program, the Employee Assistance Program, to explain what sensitivity and diversity was. I think I just got off on a different tangent.
So how would you have an open door? How is your policy between bringing in residents and when they have issues or
Yeah,
request
it's-
things and then get it into the?
It's time consuming, but you have to listen and you don't turn anyone away. I mean, if you're in a circumstance where you actually have to turn someone away because something's going on that you have to address, you would definitely get the person's name and number and you would follow up on it as soon as possible, ask them into the office or whatever. But dealing with all those conflicts on a one-to-one basis so that it doesn't escalate onto electronic bulletin boards and anywhere else. Just try to nip it in the bud. I had set up or implemented I mentioned about that meeting every week with the top 5 department heads. We actually posted office hours so that a half hour before our meeting started, we basically opened it up to the public and posted it on the website that, public can come in unannounced at this time, speak to these department heads as a group. And the public comments, the critical public comments, significantly dropped after that. It basically gave the board, when somebody's bringing in a public comment that's critical, the board can say, we have this at 11 o'clock on Mondays. Have you gone and talked to these department heads before you came in to complain about them? So it definitely was effective in reducing the complaints, but they're all time consuming and listening. Lots of times they don't know who to talk to, so you're listening, trying to decipher what end result they actually want to achieve, and just try to get the conversation to there as quickly as possible.
Okay, thank you.
You've mentioned a couple of times that Sherburne didn't provide much avenue for economic development activity, which some towns are bedroom communities, and that's all right. But I am interested in your thoughts on working with or creating an economic development committee and economic development activities. If they weren't in Sherburne, then perhaps in Framingham, which obviously has a lot going on.
Right. In Framingham, there were a lot of things going on. There was also an elected planning board with its own planner, and there was another office that was appointed with an economic development director, who was a planner. So those were 2 offices all working on economic development at the same time. They didn't always see eye to eye, and neither did the select board. But those were. I was involved in the personality conflicts, but I wasn't involved in, planning meetings to pass or adopt a project or something like that. In Sherburne, we did have, like I said, about that one committee that developers could come in and talk to. That's probably the basis of an economic development committee, but it was staff only. And we had a number of projects that got very complicated, which included intermunicipal agreements with Framingham to provide water to the site, intermunicipal agreement with Natick to bring the sewer line into the site. And that was, we were looking at 145 units, like meeting our whole requirement all in one project in an area of Sherburne that was in the corner of the Natick border that wasn't going to affect the middle of town. So that was definitely something that we moved towards a bigger group working on it, including the planning board and select board. And does that answer some of it?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. I think we have time for probably one more question, Kristen. if-
I don't, no, I'm
Okay.
okay, just something else.
Anybody else have one?
Something else
Anyone
quick?
jump out?
or-
I can do this all night.
I'll
No, you
come back
can't.
to me. That's good.
So you mentioned that in most towns, the school budget is a big chunk of the town budget. So obviously, the relationship between you and the school and the select board and the school committee is critical. How would you define a good working relationship with the schools?
Basically, if you can text or call the superintendent anytime you need to, or he calls you, we had an instance where a second grader said he saw someone in the woods with a gun, and of course they called the police first, not the town administrator. But there are times when you want to make sure that you have that open communication with each other, because that makes it a lot easier when you go in with some budget request and say, I need another 2%, can you knock it back? And trying to get those addressed before you print your warrant to put the school number together. But sometimes the school can bring their own number forward that you think isn't sustainable, but you just have to spend time with them. But my contact would be with the superintendent. It wouldn't be with the school committee. Unless the board sent me to a school committee meeting or there was a reason for me to be there. One example is we were trying to break out of a co-op of health insurance, and in Sherburne, the teachers' unions on our elementary school, we were responsible for their benefits. So we had the legal right to change their benefits. But you're talking about a number of other unions in the district very unhappy. So it was an unsettling thing to go to their meeting and explain, no, we're just carving out our people. You guys can continue doing what you're doing, but we're going here and we're going to save a lot of money. And then you had to meet with our local union and, getting the support of the superintendent on doing that. In Sherburne, the superintendent was the superintendent of the Sherburne Elementary School and the superintendent of the Dover Elementary School and the superintendent of the combined high school and middle school. So he was actually three separate people. But keeping the communications open that you can call each other and work on those kind of projects that saved significant amounts of dollars and wouldn't have been as successful if the superintendent didn't want to go through the process of working with us. So you have to maintain that relation.
Thank you.
Well,
means we're out of time for questions, but I will turn things around. And I see, are there any questions you would like to ask us or anything else that you'd like to share before
Well,
we
I
conclude?
I swear I've read about 1,000 pages. Actually never seen a town with so much available online. You have a plan for everything, open space, conservation. Now, I don't know what the status is of implementing the items in those plans, but I don't really have questions that would be worth keeping you any longer tonight. I did write down, I have 6 pages of questions. And
We were thinking 1 or 2.
yeah, exactly, and I don't want to just pull one out for
It's entirely up to you.
for show when I can, if I'm lucky enough to get hired, I can meet with the department heads and save you the time on a lot of the questions I have about infrastructure and that kind of thing. So I guess I would use this time just to say that I'm very interested in the position and good luck with making a decision. I know it's not easy. So good luck.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for joining us again.
Thanks for coming.
Sure.
Be very careful with that wire or walk around as much.
No short-term memory.
Nice to meet you. Thank you.
Thank you, it's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Do we want to take a couple minutes stretch break again? Yeah. Terry, if you could. much, Terry. So we'll reconvene here, and this is the weird part about this whole process, where, you know, I mean, there's no way to say it otherwise. We have just met. I had the luxury of meeting each of the three of them for an hour each. We've each met them for an hour, but our responsibility is to now choose our next town administrator. And it's probably the biggest decision any select board can ever have. But that's our job now. So I'm going to suggest that we simply review them as a group from beginning to end, starting with Courtney and then David Genero and then David Williams, and talk about what we like about each of them. And we may naturally gravitate towards a consensus, or we might not. If anyone has any questions, we have Bob and Buzz at the back of the room that I am more than happy to invite them to the big table over here to answer questions, whether that be about additional background or experience of a candidate, anything that they said or didn't say that you might want clarification on, because they know them all. I mean, that's their job, is to know who these people are before they come in and get introduced to us. So, I mean, I'll start with Courtney Friedland. Any thoughts, questions, comments, opinions about Courtney?
Let's start at that end of the
However we want to do it.
Say what? I'm on the hotline already? Oh, my goodness. I liked Courtney. I think she was a fresh perspective. I think that she was confident when she spoke with us and was happy to relate stories quite easily. I think the communication that she wants to represent between the residents and the boards and the staff sounded very good. And I think it's, we are looking for the innovator. I'm looking for the new way to start things, and maybe we can get some benefits from that. So, I was impressed with what she brought to the table.
So the thing that struck me about Courtney is she used the word home a lot. This is where she wants to feel at home and make a home, and it's all of our home. And I think that's kind of a theme that would be really lovely in Northborough because the transition is always difficult, change is always difficult, and that kind of sensitivity I think would help as we change from one administration to another. The other thing that I really was very impressed with is kind of her very progressive ideas, with how they conduct town meeting now, and her real efforts to engage the community. So, she's obviously very well qualified. She's, she hasn't been a town administrator, but she's been assistant, and this time, for her, a logical career move. So those are the things I liked about her.
I also really enjoyed her responses, and I loved her enthusiasm and energy. It was definitely something that I recognized. I loved her suggestions for communicating with the community through code red alerts. I liked, again, some of the progressive ideas around getting people to town meeting, making it easier for voting, just, open to looking at new technologies there. I really was taken by her comment about what they did from a downtown revitalization and the grants that they went after for that. I hope we don't have to use that type of terminology, but
Yeah.
I really thought she recognized.
I've been through downtown Webster a couple of times. It's not that bad. It's not slum.
Right?
It's not slum and blight.
It's not.
It's not as nice as our town, but it's not slum and blight.
It's so true. And then as far as her engagement with the state reps is good, I think that'll help, being the person that's really going to push to help Northborough get additional funding. She doesn't seem like the type of person that's going to give up. She's very tenacious. And the last thing that I really liked was her suggestion for how she tracks master plan accomplishments. You've got the goal, you've got the committee, you've got the timeline, and I think it'll be good for us to take those goals that we did set forth with master plan and really a lot of the other community work that we're doing to make sure that the work that the residents want is going to get accomplished. So those are my comments.
So I liked how she answered my library question, and that she mentioned that Dudley cutting their library was a horrible, horrible thing, which it is. So glad she realizes that. Like, just to be perfectly blunt, I agree with everything that all of you have already said. I did like how she kept mentioning more than once the clickers for the e-voting for town meeting. I thought that was really interesting. And how to draw people into town meeting. She clearly already had a lot of ideas for that, and they've been working on it too. She's very honest and sort of straightforward, down to earth. She's also been looking for money for Chapter 90 funding, which evidently is probably a thing everywhere, right, Bob and Buzz? I don't know.
I'll bet there are 351 cities and towns in Massachusetts looking for that.
That all want it. She had good answers to a lot of my questions and a lot of everybody else's questions. I felt I learned a lot from her. I wrote down A+ on climate sustainability questions. And that is something that's really important to me, and I feel like it's something I've talked to Julianne about, and I haven't talked to my new board member, fellow board members about it, but I do feel like that's a direction that a lot of people in Northborough are working on. I wouldn't be surprised if Jean Cahill is listening to this right now and going, yay, sustainability, because she is a real mover and a shaker in town in that area, and that is so important, and Westboro is doing such a good job with that. So we have, someone to partner with on some things. I was also very impressed with their master plan that they have a matrix. A matrix. We need a matrix. Okay, I'm just saying, regardless of who we hire tonight, we need a matrix for our master plan. But no, I was very impressed with Courtney, and I liked her personality, her enthusiasm. I liked how she was very direct, but seemed like she would probably come in as a listener and ready to learn, as well as be able to lead.
Okay, thanks. I really liked her just positive energy. And it's a role that would benefit tremendously from that kind of positive energy that I saw from her. She's the only one of the three candidates that has not been a town administrator, but she's been an assistant town administrator for 13 years in a town that in a lot of ways is pretty similar to Northborough. Webster's very different in a lot of ways, but it's structurally and sometimes politically it's pretty similar. I have some experience from the town that I lived in years ago when I was on the board, was the town of Douglas, which is right next to Webster. So I interacted occasionally with Webster government. I never interacted with her at all, never met her. At the beginning of that process, Webster was kind of a rough and tumble town politically, and in government, that's been turned around entirely. And I think it's, I give her some credit for being the person throughout that whole process, because they've gone through a couple of town managers who, my understanding is they were actually really good town managers, and she learned a lot, I think, from them. So I think she's clearly ready for the next step. I really liked the Code Red idea for learning for town meeting and things like that, take advantage of that as a way to fine tune that. I really liked how she talked about feeding forward instead of feeding back, for recognizing and mentoring employees and getting them all up to the next level. she was very, very clear that, doors open to the public, and you can see that. You can see that she probably even thrives on that. And being at town events and things like that. I thought it was, I was overall very impressed.
Could we just get Bob and Buzz's 2 cents on Courtney's readiness to take the step up? Because that would be the main concern, at least on paper, that she hasn't done the job yet. Maybe that's why she's still so optimistic.
Yeah, I'll take, let me just take this on for a minute, Bob.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
I'm buzzing. You want us to come
up here? I just want to make sure that folks at home, it gets fully recorded, because this is an important
No, that's
question
true.
and answer.
Well, thank you for interviewing me for this job, Jane. I'm very happy to be here. Bob, please move that over. I don't want to sit here
that
by
one's
Careful
myself.
with the wires that are
Just
there.
I want you to be alone, please.
No, I'm not going to be alone. In another life, actually, I in another company that does more HR, strictly HR work, the firm did a pay and classification study in Webster, and so I had a chance to meet her then, but more importantly, I had a chance to meet her boss, her mentor, Doug Wilkerson? Williston. And a very good town administrator. In fact, he moved, I think, to South Carolina or North Carolina. He moved, but if he didn't, we would be looking at him for other positions as well, because he was very good at what he did. The fellow that is there now, you have to help me with his name.
Rich LaFawn.
Rich LaFawn had been in several of our other searches, and again, they've been very fortunate to get top quality folks as town administrators, at least the last 2 that I know. So in terms of being mentored, I would say number 1 folks to be mentored by. Just know she wasn't the assistant for the 13 years. She was the admin to the town administrator, and I think in the last several years, they brought that position up to the title of assistant town administrator. But when we were working there, again, with the other firm, this is pre-COVID, so you're talking, 3-4 years ago, she was very active with the study, did a lot of the coordination, a lot of the legwork to make the study, go well, and helped us get the thing, finalized in a finalized format, so it could be presented to the unions and the town administrator and it wasn't select board then, it was a board of selectmen. So I would say, in terms of the sort of her upbringing, so to speak, as a aspiring town administrator, she has very good roots. Yeah.
Yeah, so to the question of readiness, I think, Kristen, for lack of a better term, we have seen and identified folks who are in assistant roles, as Buzz suggested, who are under real quality mentors, so to speak. And that's our feeder system. Because a lot of our managers in Massachusetts are aging out like us, and we always watch the assistants, because we think that's our next wave of folks who are going to assume roles. And frankly, I got my start as an administrative assistant in Maynard, Massachusetts, and was hired by the board a long time ago in Burlington as their first town administrator, and I was an administrative assistant. They took a chance.
Yeah.
And I think, I'm just speaking for myself, I think they took a chance because of what they saw. The fit was right for them at the time. And I think that's your big decision. What is the right fit for us? Because we think the 3 candidates could do the job. So what is the right fit for us as a community?
Right.
We have recently placed a couple of assistants. I think we mentioned to Mitch and the screening committee, we did the Westford job, and the assistant out of, it's the one down the street here.
Westboro?
No,
Boylston.
Berlin.
no, the big one.
Shrewsbury, yeah. Now we remember.
Kristen was the assistant in
Yeah.
Shrewsbury. And she was she's under a very good mentor there. We know the manager there. And she applied in Westford because she felt, as you heard tonight from Courtney, she was ready. She was ready. She was under a good mentor. She's seen everything. She hasn't been the top person, but she's seen everything. And the select board in Westford, and she was up against sitting town managers and town administrators. They felt at that time it was the right fit for them.
Okay.
So my point in all of that.
It's not unheard of.
Yeah, no, it's not.
At all.
And that's our next wave coming up. Good assistants who have been mentored under good managers
Okay.
are going to be able to do the job.
All right. Okay. That's
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion directly on Courtney? And we will return
okay.
back to, trying to reach consensus on something.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, so continuing on, David Genero.
Again?
I think I'm open to anybody starting.
I found that some of the experiences that he had were would have helped in some cases for us with his, the DOT and one of the many things that we seem to have roadblocks with. I have to say that I just really like the first candidates. Don't really.
Okay,
That's where I'm going to stick.
okay.
Sorry.
Well, the thing that is very interesting about Mr. Genero is his real interest in development. And we are at a stage where we have a lot of development going on. So that could be an asset if we think about that. And also, his ability to use complete streets for state roads, that was, probably a feat. And he does have a lot of experience. So, all something to consider.
Thank you. So my thoughts on Mr. Jenner were, I really enjoyed his story about the Becker project. There definitely was something that sparked in him when he was talking about that. And I think that project started off one way, and he's really navigated a lot of different paths through it. And I enjoyed how he shared that experience with us. I liked how he mentioned how important the checks and balances are when it comes to town finances. I appreciated how open and transparent he was with some of the challenges he's faced in the past and how that's impacted him going forward. Like you had both mentioned, his experience as a soil broker. I thought that's an interesting concept for us to consider for the future. That might be a bylaw we want to investigate. And then, again, I liked the suggestions about Code Red, emergency and alert messages. I liked how important having the warrant ready early was to him. And transparency were some of the things that I appreciated that he brought to the table.
Okay, I also like antiques.
Oh, he's an antiquer.
Yeah, I'm curious about this antique shop. I want to go see it. So yes, I was going to say the same thing about the Becker College buildings and how he's navigated this project that he really didn't expect, but it sounds really interesting, and he sounds like he's doing a great job with it and that he's enjoying it. And he did say a lot of, like when he was talking about White Cliffs, he said uses, pitfalls, and also involving abutters and getting a consensus, and I think that's something that is really, really important. So he had his finger on building projects, and he did tell us that building projects are sort of the big thing for town administrators. And Bob Reed told me that too the first time I met with him. That he said when you're looking at new town administrators, you might find somebody who's just really ready to dig their fingers into White Cliffs because it's a real good challenge for the right person.
If he can bring, $10 or $20 million with him.
Yeah, that would be nice. It doesn't sound like he has that money lying around, but we'll see. Let's see. I liked the library question answer, and I liked how he said about the dual tax rate, that towns are afraid of the message. I thought that was a refreshing perspective. But let's see. Some of the things he said about the master plan and the mom and pop businesses, he did sound a little defeated and not super enthusiastic about our downtown revitalization. I kept getting that's really hard, and that's the sort of like that kind of energy from his answers about that. I don't know what District 3 is, but he talked about that, and it just made me think, like, these are the people who make all the decisions that Lisa and I want to have an effect on. How do we infiltrate that organization?
That's the state highway, State Department of Transportation, District 3 is the region that we're in.
Yeah, that's what I figured, but it sounded a little bit Hunger Gamesy, and I don't know. I can't help but get a little creative when I'm listening to some of these things. I hear them one way, and they really are meant to be communicated in another. But anyway, so he shared some good information. He definitely knows what he's talking about. He definitely has a lot of good knowledge, but not that energy that Courtney had, and it's just, yeah. I don't know that anyone has that much energy.
I mean, David is clearly the most experienced of this. He has actually done the job in two different towns. Town of Uxbridge, not too many people last a long time, and he was the town admin there for 3 years, and then he's been seemingly very successful in Leicester for 7 years, and that's really good. He's very financially focused, which I'm not sure if that's a match for what we're looking for right now. He comes from that financial background, as a former town accountant, finance director, as he was coming up through the system. I was a little concerned about his detailed answers to a couple of the questions. One about the town accountant that also worked for Uxbridge that's now in prison.
Yeah.
He was in business with that person while they were working in the same town. And I keep wanting to look past that because he was never charged in anything. I don't even think he was ever investigated. But having the situation where even if it's legal, and he sounds like he found a way to make it legal, he as town administrator having the town accountant in business with you at the same time, it strikes me a little bit concerning. And then as it turned out, again, I don't think David Genero stole 50 cents from anybody. He doesn't strike me as someone that would put up with it. But it turned out this other guy really did a number on a number of towns. And the more I read, I remember when that happened, it was kind of a big deal. And the more I read about it, the more I realize it's still a big deal. Like if you go to town accountant conventions or whatever, they talk about this situation. And I want to look past that, but I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can fully look past that. And then I'm glad he addressed the the landfill situation that was also in Uxbridge. Obviously, we know we have a conceptually similar situation here. The details are very, very different. I am concerned about the level of effort that he had to not oppose that when it was going forward. Some of that is maybe his Board of Selectmen at the time really wanted this project. But I know here in Northborough, we're very, very concerned about the environment and about impact of operations that might be conceptually similar to that. And it gave me, neither of one of those things said I couldn't hire him, but they pulled him down a notch. I also didn't think he had this, I thought he had a good level of energy. Not a Courtney level of energy, but a good level of energy.
That's a hard standard.
Yeah. And so I'd say I liked him. Anybody have any questions on Dave Genero for Bob and Buzz, or anybody else want to add anything else at this point? Okay. And moving on to our...
I'll just say from our perspective, you explained it perfectly. We went through this with the screening committee also. That's true. And you explained it perfectly. Enough said.
Okay, thanks. Our second David for the evening, David Williams. Do you want to do the honors and start us off again?
Well, I appreciate that he came out and he asked, he sat there and answered the questions that were asked of him. I have to admit, I wasn't overly pleased with some of the answers. I just felt the lack of energy. I think if we had A, B, and C, Courtney being A, enough said on that, but obviously he's gone through many of the things that we've experienced, but didn't seem to really come up with any concrete, this is what I would do. It was more, well, I was here and I was there, but not, well, what did you bring to the table? And again, I just think for what we're looking for, energy is not just a small portion, but the ability to be creative and innovative. And I didn't really see a lot of that in that candidate.
So he's worked in a really small town and then a really large town, which became a city. So this is probably a logical career move for him to, and he might, extrapolate things from both towns for our kind of mid-sized town. So that could be a positive. I did like the way he talked about the meeting with the department heads, and then they opened it up to the public so that they could address issues right there. I thought that was a good outreach type of thing. Yeah, that's, and he did have the similar traffic situation that we have, maybe not as great, but is it Route 27? Not Route 20, but
Yeah.
something similar. So that could apply, but that's pretty much it for me.
I liked his story about how he saved the Weston historic buildings. I appreciated that he was able to find ways to reduce the tax rate in Sherborne. Just recognizing our tax rate, it would be nice to find ways to save money for the residents. And I like that he mentioned sensitivity training. I don't think that that's necessarily something that we need for our staff, but I think he dealt with a lot of challenges in his prior employment, and he looked for solutions to help the staff, find better ways to work together.
Preparing for cybersecurity attacks is essential. That was a useful thing that he brought up, definitely. And I know that's happened lots of places, towns and cities. And I liked his answer about rebuilding intersections. to make it harder for the trucks to go through those intersections. So those specific things were great. I have a hard time picturing him entering into a new group seamlessly and just getting started. I think he would have a lot of kind of, I don't know, personality-wise, I'm not seeing him as the best fit of the three. Using the word fit, I think, is really helpful. And I'm thinking of our staff, who we would spend more time with than us. It is sort of weird that the five of us have to pick their boss, and they're not even here, and they don't get a vote or anything. But yeah, I'm not seeing him as the perfect fit.
It's similar to the comments that have been, I found him to be very competent, very knowledgeable, experienced, but I don't know if he can direct and really inspire the quality of staff that we have here, who are a high-energy bunch. I don't know if he is that fit on that. There were a couple of things about the transparency. I was all excited. I think was it you that actually asked that question? And he brought up the FOIA Direct thing, and then it turned out that it fizzled away to nothing. And maybe for Sherburne that was the right thing, but I was excited for a minute. I liked how he, somewhat jokingly or tongue-in-cheek, called the downtown vitalization as opposed to revitalization. All three of them did their homework.
Oh, yeah,
I'm very, very impressed by that with all of them. I was not particularly enthusiastic about his economic development experience, which I think is something that we could really take advantage of here. And I was hoping that Framingham would provide that opening, but it didn't sound like he either didn't mention or they didn't have an economic development committee in Framingham, and I don't know whether they did or not, but I asked the question and he didn't respond to it. He just said they had two staff members and sometimes they didn't get along.
Yeah.
And I think David could be a great fit somewhere.
Yeah.
I really do. I mean, all three of them. Clearly, David Jenner is I think a good fit where he is now, and I think David Williams could be a good fit somewhere. I just don't think it's here. Okay.
Can I just say that the three things I'd certainly like to take from that, if we can implement it, are the three things we talked about. And now you're going to ask me what Huh?
Lisa,
Oh, have you not heard?
can't hear you.
Okay, here we go. Oh, my goodness. I think that there's, from all three, we've learned things that we could certainly take and implement with whoever it is that we pick. And that I see a clear path to having some brightness and some, involvement in bringing everybody more together and making that community. I think I heard that from at least one of them that would be the one thing that we like to do, is to bring everybody together as a community member and giving everybody their voice and concerns and working toward making some resolutions. So.
All right. So
Mitch, before you begin the deliberations, let's just review the three candidates. So we think we mentioned to you that both Courtney and David Genero, this is the only position they're looking for. David Williams is, and he confirmed with Buzz, he is in two other searches?
Well, at least one other.
Okay.
Could be two.
Okay. And we don't know the full timing on that, but you should know all that.
Okay. Fair enough.
which makes some sense that the first two are employed right now, and David Williams, I think, is not, that he left that housing authority position. So from his perspective, it is perfectly justified to look for a number. So I've heard some, I think one or two of us say that, with a strong preference towards one of the particular candidates. Does anyone, do we want to go down the row and say our favorites and see where we are? Lisa, I think you've already said, but I keep making you first for everything tonight.
It's like, all right, this is what I'm thinking. No, I really feel very comfortable with Courtney being our choice. I think that she will do a wonderful job, and I think that the town will be have a great benefit from her being on board.
Definitely Courtney Friedland.
Courtney, for sure.
Courtney.
And I'm on board, so I think this has been an easy, yes, this has been an easier process than I envisioned, because we really did have three worthy candidates that could do the job, and I think we've done a good job of figuring out the right fit. I don't think we need to deliberate anymore, because I think we're there. I was handed a motion, we were emailed well prior to tonight, and it's in the agenda packet, but I'm going to read it and ask for, somebody could just read the motion. Do you want to do the
Can I
honors?
read it, or
Sure.
does someone else really want to read it?
Rock, paper, scissors. No, just kidding.
We're in person, we got all the silly things that we can do now.
Yeah.
Okay, we're ready.
Are we just
All
going to
right.
pass it down to Lisa?
You want me? Give me this.
No way, I want to do this.
I'll second it anyway.
I move to authorize Municipal Resources, Inc. to make a conditional offer of employment to Courtney Friedland for the position of Northborough Town Administrator. This offer is conditioned upon the satisfactory background review and investigation conducted by Municipal Resources, Inc., physical exam if required, and the successful negotiation of the terms of appointment by the Select Board.
I second.
All right, motion's been made by Kristen, seconded by Lisa. Any discussion?
May I offer just a point of this, if I
Absolutely.
may?
Of course.
This is not the first female town administrative search that we've been involved in. While you were deliberating, I did a tally. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, this is the 9th in the last 4 years. So for those of you keeping count on the gender equity, it's 9 out of about 20.
Okay.
So it's happening, ladies.
The first in Northborough, though, right?
First for you guys. Right,
Although we've had a couple of fantastic assistant town administrators, including one now.
Yes,
Yep.
you do.
Yes.
You do.
Yes. And I'll be even a little bit more outnumbered than I am now. But that's okay.
Keep you in your place.
Yes. All right, so we have a motion and a second, and again, we're in person. We do not need a roll call vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I hear that and see that as unanimous. I don't think there's anything else that we need to
We're just going to
do.
notify the three candidates tonight.
Yeah.
And then you need to discuss what you're going to do in terms of, and I heard you talk earlier, Bob Reed's going to help you.
Yeah,
with
Bob
contracts.
has already volunteered, so I will ask board members individually, don't copy the whole board. If you have particular thoughts on language for a contract, send those ideas to Bob, and he may bounce them back and say, no one's ever going to agree to this, or he may say, that's a really good one. It just can't hurt to at least throw it out there as an idea.
In the motion that Kristen read, there was a little phrase there about the physical exam. I didn't know if you folks require it of all of your employees. Some municipalities do, some don't.
Oh, that's why it was in
And
there.
some
yeah.
just have it for police and fire, DPW, but
Yeah.
it's in the event that it's a HR requirement.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that, I truly don't.
I don't either, but I put it in there just in case it was.
Yeah, you can ask Bob or Rebecca,
Yeah.
and they would know the answer to that.
We'll check that.
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's the top of her head.
Yep. Anybody else have anything for us this evening?
Well, I think I can speak for the board and say thank you to your company, Bob and Buzz,
Yeah.
and the work that the search committee did.
You did a lot of work.
Yes, they work hard.
And it was a really
He's
good
a
committee.
hard driver, by the way.
It was a really good committee.
It was a
I mean,
good
we
committee.
appointed a really diverse set of people with different thought processes and different experiences, everything, former staff people and people who were brand new to the municipal process and everything in between. And it was a really good group to work with.
The chief was tough to deal with, but other than that, the chief was.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made by Julianne, seconded by Kristen to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We are adjourned 9:34
Thank you all.
PM. Thank you very, very much.
Don't go away.